Chapter 31. Ling Tai's Ho is here. He and Ling Feng are the fastest rising disciples in this year's elite hall, ranked 4th. TSK. This year's annual competition is going to be spectacular. I wonder if he will be a match for Ling Yihong. First Ling Yihong, second Ling Yixue, third Ling Feng, and fourth Ling Tai's Ho. These four are all here. It seems that Grandfather Ling doesn't want to miss this. Of course, if he can catch Grandfather Ling's eye and be accepted as an inner disciple, then he will definitely soar. Following the crowd's gaze, Ling Xiao saw a gentle youth with a smile on his face. This person's face was humble, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and arrogance. Isn't that Ling Chong? Could this Ling Tai's Ho be Ling Chong's cousin? Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chong had a powerful cousin, but he had never seen him before. However, seeing Ling Chong following behind Ling Tai's Ho like a shadow, if he still couldn't guess who this person was, then he would be too stupid. Ling Xiao saw Ling Chong. Ling Chong also saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to show your face. When Ling Chong saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't control his anger and roared at Ling Xiao. His roar attracted the gazes of many people. What a joke! I am a disciple of the Ling family. Grandfather Ling has come out. Why wouldn't I dare to show my face? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Cousin, this is the bastard who used despicable means to injure me. Ling Chong wanted to rush over, but when he thought of how he lost to Ling Xiao twice, he lost his confidence and hurriedly said to Ling Tai's Ho, so your junior brother Ling Xiao. Ling Tai's Ho revealed a disdainful smile and walked towards Ling Xiao. Senior brother Tai's Ho. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, Ling Xiao has been making a lot of noise recently. However, when he meets Ling Tai's Ho, he is still as obedient as a grandson. That's right. This fellow took advantage of the situation in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, causing our Ling clan to lose face. Our good reputation didn't spread, but our bad reputation did. I don't think so. Are the words of the Li family so trustworthy? It's not that the Li family's words are trustworthy, but normally speaking, with Ling Xiao's strength, there's no other possibility other than taking advantage of the situation. That's true. Today, Ling Xiao is out of luck. Even if he kneels down and apologizes, Ling Tai's Ho will not forgive him. After all, he beat Ling Chong so miserably. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Generally speaking, they didn't like Ling Xiao. In the end, he still looked down on Ling Xiao's strength. At this moment, even the top 10 disciples of the elite hall had noticed the situation here. Ling Tai's Ho wasn't Ling Chong. He was ranked 4th in the elite hall. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat Ling Tai's Ho. No one would believe it. Therefore, more people were gloating. There were also some people who didn't care and just wanted to watch the show. Ling Yihong, who was ranked 1st, seemed to be indifferent to this battle. He closed his eyes and meditated. Ling Yixue was obviously a little worried about Ling Xiao. As for Ling Feng, who was ranked 3rd, he revealed a gloating expression. Ling Feng was very clear about Ling Tiexiu's strength. Even he didn't dare to say that he could win for sure. As for Ling Xiao, how was that possible? Ling Yu, who was standing beside Ling Feng, actually clapped her hands and laughed. This Ling Xiao broke through to the 2nd level of the martial vein by taking advantage of the situation. Today, there's finally someone who can teach this little beggar a lesson. She was probably the person who didn't want Ling Xiao to rise the most. Otherwise, not only would she lose face, but when she thought of how she had bullied Ling Xiao, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. Ling Xiao, aren't you very powerful? Why are you so obedient today? Are you afraid? Ling Chong laughed. What a pity, what a pity. Today, with my cousin here, your proud days are over. Junior brother, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't you kneel down and apologize, and this matter will be over. Ling Tai's Ho walked in front of Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he released an imposing aura, causing the surrounding disciples to involuntarily take a few steps back. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Kneel down? Apologize? Everyone could hear that Ling Tai's Ho was pressuring him. To make a person kneel down and apologize, this was truly an extreme humiliation. How would Ling Xiao deal with it? Would he listen to Ling Taizo, or would he prepare to be beaten? Senior brother, you're right. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If Ling Chong is willing to kneel down and apologize to me, I'll pretend that today's matter never happened. Ling Xiao calmly smiled. Suddenly, his aura gushed out. The true qi of the third level of the martial vein began to circulate in his body, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Ling Xiao is courting death. That's not right. How did he break through to the third level of the martial vein? Ling Feng was about to ridicule Ling Xiao for acting recklessly when he suddenly felt Ling Xiao's powerful aura, and his face couldn't help but change. Ling Yu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble. Too fast. Too terrifying. How did he cultivate? Hee. No wonder he's so bold. So he actually broke through. But doesn't this kid understand that even if they're both at the third level of the martial vein, there's still a huge difference in time between people? Ling Feng seemed to be unbearably angry, so he found an excuse to comfort himself. Senior brother Ling Feng's words are right. Actual combat experience and the accumulation of true qi are very important. There's also the level of martial arts. Don't forget, Ling Taizo has cultivated a high-level martial art. I was almost scared. It seems like Ling Xiao is just a paper tiger. Did you hear that, Ling Xiao? You're not my match. Today, Grandfather Ling has come out of seclusion. I don't want to make things too ugly for you. Obediently admit your wrongs and apologize. Maybe we can still be friends in the future. Ling Taizo was also a little surprised by Ling Xiao's strength, but he calmed down after a moment. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the peak of the third level of the martial vein. He had cultivated the high-level martial art, Giant Spirit Divine Palm, for 2 years. It was still very easy to deal with a person who had just broken through. Don't talk nonsense. You don't have to pretend to be sanctimonious. I hate hypocrites like you the most. If you want to avenge your cousin, just come. It's hard to say who will make a fool of themselves. Ever since he met Li Xingyun, he hated hypocrites even more. On the surface, this group of people pretended to be sanctimonious and righteous, but in reality, they were full of evil tricks. Ling Tieshou's expression was extremely ugly. Good. Very good. Since you dare to say that, it means that you're prepared to receive my thunderous wrath, right? You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, Grandfather Ling is about to come out of seclusion. I don't have the time to waste with you. If you want revenge, hurry up and do it. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Even in the elite hall, no one dares to speak to me like that. Ling Taizo laughed heartily, revealing a somewhat sinister expression. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I'll make you kneel here and apologize. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 32. Ling Taizo coldly snorted, and the aura on his body suddenly became even stronger. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a giant behind him. This ferocious aura was the true essence of the gigantic spirit divine palm. Good aura, much stronger than that trash Ling Chong. Ling Xiao's mind shook. He had to admit that Ling Taizo was indeed powerful. Standing on the opposite side, Ling Xiao could clearly feel a huge wave of pressure coming at him. This was something that Ling Chong would never be able to do. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm. First move. Ling Taizo took a step forward and struck out with his palm. His body moved along with it and quickly approached Ling Xiao. The wind from his palm blew towards his face, causing him to be unable to breathe. It was only the first move, but when Ling Taizo displayed it, it was several times stronger than Ling Chong's. However, he, Ling Xiao, was no longer the trash of the first level of the martial vein. With a light step, his body quickly retreated. Ling Tieshou's palm was incomparably fierce, and he did not want to meet it head-on. After all, the day of the annual large competition was approaching. There was no need for him to reveal his full strength at this time. As long as he could withstand 10 moves, it would be enough. What a handsome Qing Gong. Ling Tieshou's Qing Gong is not weak either. Ling Xiao kept retreating, trying to avoid Ling Tieshou's palm. However, the other party was obviously not to be trifled with. His feet suddenly exerted force, and his speed actually increased by 2 to 3 times, directly pressing forward. Powerful. This is the strength of the 4th place in the Elite Hall. Not bad. Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised in his heart. Although he did not use the mountain and river martial spirit, nor did he use the ox demon art, he only used the soaring cloud steps to dodge the attack. However, to be able to force him to this extent, this Ling Taizhou really had some ability. Sometimes, Ling Xiao even felt that he was not facing Ling Taizhou, but a giant. Hee. I'll force you to use all of your strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao raised his true qi and activated the soaring cloud step's 3rd step, increasing his speed once again. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In the end, Ling Tieshou's fist was unable to hit Ling Xiao. It slammed into the ground, shattering the 1-foot-thick stone bricks. Ha ha ha, senior brother Iron Hand. I'm here. Don't make things difficult for a brick. Ling Taizhou was extremely angry. He knew that he would not be able to win with brute force. Therefore, he immediately adopted a different way of fighting. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm. Inescapable net. When this move was executed, the entire sky was filled with palm shadows. It was as if there was not the slightest flaw. Ling Xiao couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly increased the rate at which he used his true qi. Using the soaring cloud step's 5th step, his speed increased once more. Thus, a strange scene took place. Ling Taizhou chased after Ling Xiao unceasingly, and the sky was filled with palm shadows. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was like a crafty swallow darting here and there. If you have the ability, then fight me face to face. What's the point of running around? Seeing this situation, Ling Chong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. What a joke. Wait until he can touch my clothes, then I'll fight him face to face. My advantage is my movement technique. Why shouldn't I use it? Ling Xiao wanted to create a misconception for everyone now. That was, other than his movement technique being more powerful, everything else was very ordinary. Anyway, that time when he competed with Ling Fei, plus the so-called taking advantage of the Dragon Submission Mountain range, it was absolutely impossible to not have a good movement technique. Therefore, by doing this, he would definitely be able to make everyone believe him. He actually still has the mood to talk. This guy's movement technique is probably even more powerful than Ling Fei's. Yeah, it's already been 6 moves. Ling Taizhou still hasn't touched his clothes. The disciples in the clan couldn't help but exclaim, "What should we do, Big Brother Feng? How can this little beggar be so powerful?" Ling Yu was clearly a little panicked. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that his movement technique is fast. There are many ways to deal with it. Otherwise, Ling Fei would have long become the #1 in the Elite Hall. Although Ling Feng said so, he was similarly a little nervous in his heart. Ling Zhao's improvement made him feel like he was being watched by someone. Very uncomfortable. To say who was the most panicked, it was still Ling Chong. He originally thought that as long as his cousin took action, a guy like Ling Xiao would definitely be easily taken down. There was no need for 10 moves at all. But now, 6 moves had already passed, and his cousin didn't even hurt a hair on Ling Xiao. This really made him turn pale with fright. In this kind of chase, it was soon the 7th move. You're very powerful, really very powerful, but it's useless to just know how to dodge. When Ling Taizhou was at the 7th move, he suddenly stopped and then made a strange hand gesture. Big Brother Feng, what is Ling Taizhou doing? That's the secret technique that Ling Taizhou grasped. Instant strike. Instant strike? Yes, it can instantly increase speed by more than 10 times. It's specially used to deal with speed-type opponents. I've experienced it before and almost fell under this move. Ling Xiao is definitely finished this time. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he revealed a smile. He really wanted to see the scene of Ling Xiao being smashed to the ground by a palm. Instant strike. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm. As the true qi in Ling Tieshou's body accumulated to a certain extent, his entire body suddenly seemed to fly out. Because the speed was too fast, it looked like it happened in an instant. That's why it was called Instant Strike. Without much time to think, Ling Xiao, who felt a huge threat, once again increased his soaring cloud steps to 6 steps. His speed had also suddenly increased by several times. He didn't hit. Heavens, what kind of movement technique did this Ling Xiao cultivate? This speed is too fast. Could it be a high-level movement technique? Again, instant strike with full power. Ling Taizo didn't give up. Although he used instant strike just now, he only used 70% of his strength because he still wanted to follow up with another attack. But because he didn't hit, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly used 100% of his strength. Ling Taizo is really angry this time, but if his attack doesn't hit, his true chi will be exhausted. Then he can only passively take a beating. I think that Ling Xiao has already reached his limit. This move is the 9th move. It should be enough to determine the winner. Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon. Ling Xiao could feel that if he didn't continue to increase the speed of Soaring Cloud Steps, he would definitely be hit. So he decisively used the movement technique that he had just broken through. In that instant, his entire body seemed to have turned into a flood dragon and the entire sky was his ocean. He actually used an almost indescribable movement to easily dodge Ling Tieshou's attack. Then he stood steadily on the ground. At this time, Ling Taizo had already collapsed on the ground, panting and pale. 10th move. You lost. Although Ling Xiao also consumed a lot of his strength, he was much better than Ling Taizo. He walked to Ling Tieshou's side and lightly patted his face. Elite Hall's 4th place is only SOSO. You. Ling Tieshou's eyes spit fire, but he was helpless. He was actually too impatient. If he didn't continuously use the secret technique Instant Strike, he definitely wouldn't be like this. But in this world, there was no medicine for regret. A loss was a loss. To be honest, if Ling Taizo was a bit more stable, Ling Xiao would have a hard time winning against him unless he used all his skills. But who told Ling Taizo to try to defeat Ling Xiao in one move? This was called Seeking Death Wouldn't Die. Chapter 33. How did this Ling Xiao become so powerful? Everyone who knew Ling Xiao, those who once mocked and disdained Ling Xiao, at this moment, their faces were awkward, dumbstruck, and their hearts were filled with fear. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually won against Ling Taizo, who was ranked 4th in the Elite Hall. How was this possible? Ling Chong was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would come to find trouble with him. At that time, no one here could help him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in trash. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Ling Chong, who was kneeling on the ground. This person who used to bully and humiliate him almost every day was now kneeling in front of him. His heart was filled with pride and excitement. Sure enough, when one's strength was strong, they could regain their dignity. Trash. Ling Chong's heart was filled with bitterness. He thought of how he used to say this word to Ling Xiao. But now it was the other way around. Brother Feng, what should we do? He won. He actually won against Ling Taizo. He will definitely come to find me for revenge. Ling Yu no longer had the appearance of a proud little princess. Her whole body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with fear. Even though Ling Xiao didn't even look at her, she was still terrified. This was probably what they meant by having a guilty conscience. Humph, that's Ling Tieshou's own stupidity. Ling Feng's expression was also a little nervous, but he could always find a reason to comfort himself. If Ling Taizo didn't forcefully use the instant strike secret technique and use up all his true chi, the one who lost would definitely be that Ling Xiao. Sister Yu, don't be afraid. I'm about to comprehend the secret of transforming chi into gang chi. Once I condense gang chi, I can kill him in one move. That's right. Brother Feng, you're right. He's only good at movement techniques. He almost doesn't have any offensive moves. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Ling Yu immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hugged Ling Feng's arm tightly. The only person she could rely on now was Ling Feng. If even Ling Feng wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, then she really didn't have anyone to rely on. Ling Yihang, who had his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile as he said indifferently, Yi Shui, I'm afraid you and I have met a real challenger. In his eyes, in the entire Elite Hall, only Ling Yishui was qualified to challenge him. Now, there was another person who might challenge him, Ling Xiao. Senior brother, you're too polite. I'm still far from your level. However, this Ling Xiao's progress is really fast. If he can master the method of transforming qi into gang, he can really pose a threat to you. Ling Yishua's eyes sparkled. She knew that Ling Yihang was the only disciple in the entire elite hall who had mastered gang qi. Grandfather Ling has come out of seclusion. Just as everyone was talking about Ling Xiao's strength, a voice rang out. That's right, Ling Xiao. The noise immediately stopped. Everyone's attention was focused on the front. That was where old Master Ling was in seclusion. Boom! A powerful aura gushed out from behind the stone door. A well-built old man wearing coarse clothes walked out of the stone room. He was clearly in his 60s or 70s, but when he walked, he was full of vigor. He didn't look like an old man at all. Is this Grandfather Ling? One of the 4 great experts of Tianfeng City, the Ling clan's patriarch. Ling Xiao was also a little excited. He looked up and suddenly activated his Mountain River martial soul, trying to see through Grandfather Ling's cultivation. However, what he saw was a ball of blade-like energy. The difference in strength was too great. Even the Mountain River martial soul couldn't analyze Grandfather Ling's information. Grandfather Ling's real name was Ling Xiaotian. Back then, he had charged into the Black Scarf Bandits' lair alone and killed hundreds of them. He even killed their leader. Even now, this story was still circulating in Tianfeng City. The Black Scarf Bandits hated Ling Xiaotian, but they didn't dare to touch the Ling clan because of his existence. Ling Xiaotian's gaze suddenly turned to the crowd below the stage. This aura forced many disciples to kneel on the ground. They couldn't control their bodies at all. This invisible aura was too terrifying. Of course, there were also a few people standing there. The 2 from the Genius Hall still had smiles on their faces. They had already experienced this aura. As long as they had earth energy in their bodies, they wouldn't be affected. Grandpa Ling was testing the strength of his disciples. There were still 4 people standing. One of them was Ling Yihang, who had a calm expression. One of them was Ling Yishue, who frowned. One of them was Ling Feng, who had to use his long sword to support himself. The last one was Ling Xiao. When he felt that his body couldn't take it anymore, the aura was easily neutralized by the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he was even more relaxed than Ling Yishue. Amazing! Is this the strength of the strongest person in Tianfeng City? When can we reach his level? Don't think about it. Grandfather Ling's strength isn't that easy to reach. Let's just obediently condense earth energy first. Although they were kneeling on the ground, the disciples weren't dissatisfied at all. Instead, they were filled with yearning and anticipation. They were filled with reverence and worship. The 4th level of the martial vein, the earth energy stage, and the title of martial disciple. This was the realm that countless martial artists in northern Han and the entire world dreamed of. In the past, this kind of expectation was only Ling Xiao's dream. But now, after knowing that there was a 9th level of the transcendent realm above the 9th level of the martial vein, his heart had changed greatly. His mentality had undergone a huge change, and his horizons had been broadened. The 4th level of the martial vein was only a springboard for him, a short-term goal. His current dream was to enter the transcendent realm. Your batch of disciples is the worst batch this old man has ever seen. Ling Xiaotian suddenly opened his mouth to speak. The old man is doing the same thing again. The 2 disciples from the Genius Hall couldn't help but laugh softly. That's right. We also said the same thing. This batch is really amazing. There are actually 4 people who can withstand the old man's aura. That's right. The old man is actually very happy. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly felt Ling Xiaotian's warning gaze. They hurriedly stuck out their tongues and shut their mouths. Ling Xiaotian continued, as everyone knows, the 9 levels of the martial vein can be divided into 3 stages: Awakening Stage, Earth Energy Stage, and Qi Explosion Stage. You can obtain the titles of Martial Student, Martial Disciple, and Martial Master. Although his voice wasn't loud, its penetrating power was very strong. Even hundreds of meters away, it could be heard clearly. Grandfather Ling's words could only be considered common knowledge. As long as the disciples of the Ling clan practiced martial arts, they would know. The awakening stage was mainly to train the body, condense true energy, and establish a good foundation to facilitate the cultivation of stronger martial arts. The earth energy stage was when true energy had been condensed to a certain extent and the body could no longer accommodate it. At this time, It was necessary to condense true energy and turn it into earth energy. The earth energy was purer and could injure people through the air. Its power was far beyond true energy. Although there was no fundamental change in the energy in the body and it was still earth energy, the earth energy reserves were far greater than before. At this time, what he had to focus on was a more powerful martial art. The earth energy instantly exploded to attack. With the power of one person, he could easily resist 10,000 people. It was possible to destroy an entire village with a single punch. Many books recorded that a martial master at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein often single-handedly fought against the enemy. It was normal for him to easily kill 10,000 people. Chapter 34. Since you're here to welcome me out of seclusion, it's not appropriate for me to not give you anything. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but be surprised. If Grandfather Ling wanted to give them something, it would definitely not be something ordinary. Ling Xiao was also excited. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come today. Not only had he wiped away his humiliation and defeated Ling Taizhou, no one dared to underestimate him, but he could also receive a reward from Grandfather Ling. This was too wonderful for words. Take it! Ling Xiaotian suddenly roared. Countless rays of white light shot out from his body and entered the bodies of all the Ling family disciples present. This is a strand of earth energy in my body. The smart ones can use it to comprehend earth energy. The stupid ones can also use it to strengthen their bodies. In any case, it will only benefit you. Finishing his words, Ling Xiaotian turned and left. Old ancestor, why did you do this? It's not worth it to waste so much on those disciples. There's nothing not worth it. I feel that there are a few good seedlings in this batch of disciples. I originally wanted to take them as my disciples, but I have other things to do now. I'm afraid I won't have the time to teach them. Give them some benefits and I hope they can use it to advance. Are you talking about Ling Yihong or Ling Yixue? Those two are indeed promising talents, but Ling Xiaotian smiled. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but his gaze actually swept past Ling Xiao. Then he laughed and left. The annual competition is about to begin. Perhaps there will be a surprise this year. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the strand of earth energy in his body. This was what he lacked the most right now. With the analysis ability of the mountain river martial spirit, he could completely analyze the process of the earth energy's formation. Although he couldn't analyze Grandfather Ling's strength, there was no problem with the strand of earth energy. Ling Yihong left with an unfathomable smile on his face. Ling Yixue also left, her face filled with anticipation and anxiety. Ling Feng couldn't wait to leave with Ling Yu. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ling Taizhou also left. Before he left, he touched his body. That was where the trace of earth qi was. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, today's humiliation will be washed away in the large competition. Of course, most of the disciples were still confused. They had no idea what the purpose of this strand of stellar energy was. Some people even muttered to themselves that they had come for nothing this time. Grandfather Ling was really stingy. Ling Xiao shook his head. He felt that these people really didn't know how lucky they were. He also turned around and returned home. After informing his grandfather, Hong Qi, he entered the practice room again. Analysis. The mountain and river martial spirit revolved and began to analyze Ling Xiaoyan's strand of aura. About 2 hours later, Ling Zhao's face lit up with ecstasy. The mountain river martial spirit had clearly analyzed the entire process of this strand of Gang Qi's growth and even made an image of it. Since I've analyzed it, the next step is to condense my own aura. Ling Xiao smiled and directly activated the Ox Devil Art, aura condensation. He began to transform the true qi in his body into aura according to Ling Xiaoyan's method. At first, it was a little slow. However, as he became more and more familiar with the process, his speed of transforming qi into aura became faster and faster. His accumulation was already enough. After staying at the first level of the martial vein for such a long time, his true qi had already filled every corner of his body and even his cells. He could feel that when he used Ling Xiaoyan's method to transform qi into aura, his true qi was constantly gushing out. This kind of reserve was probably the thickest among martial artists below the third level of the martial vein. It was estimated that only that Ling Yihong could compare to him. The process of transforming qi into aura was very smooth. It could be said that success came naturally. This was mainly because he had tried it many times before. Although he failed at the last step, he had still accumulated experience. This time, through the comprehension and analysis of Ling Xiaoyan's strand of aura, the process was more reasonable. However, the moment all the true qi condensed into aura, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Aura qi was different from true qi. True qi was gentle and soft. Aura qi, on the other hand, was violent and sharp. His body seemed to be torn apart by the aura qi, and the pain was unbearable. Pa. Wounds split open on his body and blood spurted out. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be scared witless. No, if this goes on, I'll die. Ling Xiao suddenly understood that the reason why he was like this was probably because the true qi in his body was too thick. This way, after transforming into aura qi, the amount was naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary person. There was a limit to the amount of aura a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein could withstand, and his had obviously exceeded the limit. Who would have thought that having too much true qi would also be troublesome? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. However, since things had already come to this, he naturally wouldn't blame himself. He directly took out the Jinshuang medicine and the healing pill from the mountain and river diagram and used them as if they were free, over and over again, within an hour. After experiencing a period of pain that was worse than death, he had almost used up all the Jinshuang medicine and the healing pill. He finally felt that the violent aura qi had been tamed by him. There seemed to be a beast roaring in his body. However, this beast could be controlled by him. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and let out a wild roar. Countless blood-red energy burst out from his body, hitting the surrounding walls and causing them to make crackling sounds. If this wasn't a practice room, these walls would have collapsed long ago. And that red aura was the result of the blood clots in his body being forced out by the aura qi. If the blood clots were allowed to stay in the body, it wouldn't be a good thing. I did it. I finally succeeded, turning qi into aura. I've already turned all the true qi in one martial vein into aura qi. Ling Xiao was very excited. Although he had only succeeded in turning one martial vein into aura qi, with this success, the next two martial veins would be simple. He believed that as long as he condensed all the true qi in 3 martial veins into aura qi, he could smoothly break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He didn't even need any external help. He was very excited because the dream that was once unreachable had now become so simple. He used to think that as long as he could condense aura qi in this life, he would be satisfied. But now, he could have a higher dream. Turning qi into aura was nothing. This was just a small beginning. He spread out his left hand. It was a ball of soft aura, like the steam after boiling water. This was true qi. He spread out his right hand. It was a ball of compact aura like a small tornado. Not only that, each aura was like a sharp blade, full of power. This was aura qi. Although true qi and aura qi were both energy produced by the human body, they were very different. Previously, among the disciples below the elite hall, only Ling Yihong had comprehended aura qi. And now, there was one more person, and that was Ling Xiao. Chapter 35. The success of transforming the first martial vein into aura provided Ling Xiao with valuable experience. Therefore, when he condensed the second martial vein, the process became much smoother and smoother. Another 6 hours passed. Not only did he successfully condense the second martial vein, but the aura of the first martial vein was also completely stabilized. When it came to the third martial vein, he encountered a problem. Because once the third martial vein was successful, it meant that he would break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. Therefore, the difficulty increased by a lot. It just so happens that the Howling Moon Wolf hasn't been used yet. It shouldn't be a problem to exchange it for a few aura qi pills. At that time, the breakthrough will definitely become easier. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who liked to beat around the bush. After all, the annual grand competition was getting closer and closer. The more his strength increased, the more confident he would be in getting a good ranking. Right now, there was not much to gain from cultivating. The Aura Chi pill was a must. This Aura Chi pill was much more expensive than the Breakthrough pill and the Chi Gathering pill. It was usually used by martial artists who had condensed Aura Chi. Moreover, the refining materials had to be at least level 4 and a demonic beast with Aura Chi. He just happened to have it now. Thinking of this, he got up and walked out of the training room. However, just as he was about to go out, he suddenly thought of a problem. Now that he had succeeded in transforming his Chi into Aura, this was a trump card to get a good ranking in the annual grand competition. He absolutely could not expose it easily. He had to do something to hide his Aura Chi. Just as he thought about it, the Mountain River martial spirit gave a response. The Mountain River diagram showed a list of models that needed to be shown to others. There were models from the 1st level of the martial vein to the 9th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. In this case, he didn't have to worry about others seeing his strength. He didn't expect the Mountain River martial spirit to have such a thoughtful effect. He thought for a moment and chose the 3rd level of the martial vein without Aura Chi model. He was now at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, a martial artist with 2 martial veins. However, the strength he displayed in front of outsiders was much lower. In this way, he could deceive many people. At the critical moment, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. One had to know that in the world of martial artists, being able to hide one's strength was a very difficult thing to do. Although there were many martial arts that concealed one's strength, it was not easy to cultivate them. Moreover, the effects were very limited. However, the martial artist model that came with the Mountain River martial spirit didn't have to worry about this at all. You don't need to train, you only need to choose. What you show is the strength that the model wants you to show to others. Moreover, as the Mountain River diagram's level continued to increase, its concealment effect would also become better and better. Generally speaking, they could hide from martial artists whose strength was 4 realms higher than Ling Xiao's. For example, if he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, then martial artists below the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein would not be able to see through the true strength behind his model. That was more than enough. After adjusting the template, Ling Xiao went to the pharmacy. As expected, the martial uncle of the medicine hall did not notice that he had already condensed Gang Qi. One had to know that this martial uncle's strength should at least be around the 6th level of the martial vein. If he couldn't see through it, then none of the elite hall's disciples would be able to. We don't have any Aura Chi pills in stock. It will take a few days to refine them. No problem, martial uncle. How many Aura Chi pills can this howling moon wolf be exchanged for? Probably 3 or 4 at most. You have to know that 1 Aura Chi pill costs at least 10,000 taels of silver. Alright, then I'll have to trouble martial uncle. I'll come back in a few days to get it. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in being anxious. It seemed that he could only participate in the annual grand competition first. With his current strength, breaking into the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the medicine hall, Ling Xiao went back to consolidate his cultivation. Until a day later, he received a registration notice for the annual grand competition. I didn't expect this, child. Back then, Grandpa was worried about whether you were qualified to participate in this year's grand competition. After all, this year's grand competition requires one to be at least at the 2nd level of the martial vein. I didn't expect you to already be at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Hong Qi looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. He had watched this child grow up. Now that he was becoming more and more promising, he was naturally happy. Don't worry, Grandpa. This time, I will definitely get a ranking. Don't give yourself too much pressure. After all, there are many disciples at the 3rd level of the martial vein. As long as you can successfully become a disciple of the elite hall, it will be enough. As long as you enter the elite hall, there will be hope in the future. Hong Qi was always unwilling to give Ling Xiao too much pressure. Grandpa, if I don't get into the top 3 this time, I really won't be satisfied. Ling Xiao stuck out his tongue, made a face, and then ran away. This was his true thought. Ling Yixue and Ling Yihang's strength was a bit mysterious. He didn't dare to say that he would win for sure, but he wasn't afraid of others. If he had Aura Chi, and his strength reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and still couldn't deal with a guy like Ling Feng, it would really be a bit embarrassing. There were many disciples who came to sign up for the annual grand competition. There were probably thousands, if not tens of thousands. All of them were at least at the second level of the martial vein. When Ling Xiao arrived at the registration area, there was already a sea of people. Many people were standing there and discussing. Their faces were filled with excitement. The annual grand competition could be said to be the best opportunity for a low-level disciple to make a big leap. If they could get a ranking in the annual grand competition, it was equivalent to having the same opportunity as the disciples of the clan. Because the Ling family expanded their members last year, the number of participants in this year's grand competition is far greater than in the past. There are more people, but the rewards are more plentiful. Have the rewards been announced to the public? Why didn't I know? Stupid. Senior Ming is a disciple of the Genius Hall. This time, he is also a specially invited judge. Naturally, he would know the rewards. Senior Ming? A disciple of the Genius Hall? Ling Xiao walked a lot closer. He also wanted to know what kind of rewards there would be in this year's grand competition. After all, this was related to his future. The disciples of the Genius Hall were generally under the age of 20. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the third level of the martial vein, and they had condensed aura qi. Obviously, this Senior Ming was such a person. As for the disciples of the Elite Hall, they were disciples under the age of 20. Their cultivation had reached the third level of the martial vein. Generally speaking, the worst disciple of the Genius Hall was stronger than the best disciple of the Elite Hall. However, there were often some small monsters in the Elite Hall. For example, a guy like Ling Yihong. Senior Ming, what kind of rewards are there? Let us know. Senior Ming smiled and said, in this year's Elite Hall Grand Competition, anyone who can enter the top 100 will receive 100 Qi Gathering Pills as a reward. Those who enter the top 50 will be able to enter the third floor of the library and choose a high-grade martial art. They will also receive a breakthrough pill, a heart protection pill, and a meridian protection pill. Those who enter the top 20 will have an additional chance to choose a high-grade martial art in addition to the previous rewards. They will also receive an additional breakthrough pill, heart protection pill, and meridian protection pill. Hearing this, many people could no longer suppress their excitement. Too extravagant. Just entering the top 100 will give you 100 Qi Gathering Pills. If you can enter the top 20, it will be even better. 2 sets of high-grade martial arts and 2 sets of breakthrough pills. Chapter 36. Hearing the rewards, Ling Xiao was naturally very excited. However, his excitement was different from others. He was mainly thinking about the Ling family's high-level martial arts. With the Mountain River martial spirit, as long as he entered the third floor of the library, he could bring out all the martial arts there. The limit of 1 or 2 books was meaningless to him. Of course, the rewards of pills were also very good. After all, a set of 3 pills for breaking through required 3,000 silver taels, and 100 Qi Gathering Pills required 10,000 silver taels. Only a fool would not care. Stop arguing. Let's listen to Senior Brother Ming. What are the rewards for entering the top 10? If you enter the top 10, you can choose 3 sets of high-level martial arts and 3 sets of pills for breaking through. This was not very attractive to Ling Xiao, but for ordinary disciples, an additional set of high-level martial arts and a set of pills was a huge profit. Unfortunately, there are only 10 people who can enter the top 10. No matter what, we have to try. That's right, even if it's just a reward. Are you satisfied with this? You really don't make any progress. Let me tell you. As long as you can enter the top 3, not only will you get all the rewards, but you will also get a top-level martial art and an aura qi pill. Cha. He actually rewarded a top-level martial art. And that aura qi pill, one is worth 10,000 silver taels, right? Senior Brother Ming's words shocked many people to the point that they cried out involuntarily. What did a top-level martial art mean? It meant that it was the best martial art in the secular world. For disciples who did not know about the Transcendent Realm and did not know about Transcendent Realm martial arts, a top-level martial art was the best reward. As for the Aura Qi pill, it required the blood essence of a level 4 demonic beast and other materials to make it into the best Aura Qi stage pill. Below the 6th level of the martial vein, it was definitely the best. Why did Ling Xiao want the Aura Qi pill? It was because he wanted to use it to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He did not expect that this year's grand competition would have such a reward. Good. The more of these things, the better. In any case, after breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein, he could still use them. As for top-notch martial arts, there was no need to talk about them. They were definitely rare. The reward for 2nd place is about the same as the reward for 3rd place, but there is an additional reward of an aura chi pill. 1st place? There will be a big surprise for the 1st place, right? To be honest, apart from all the rewards before this, the 1st place winner will also receive a mysterious reward. Even I don't know about it. It's said that Grandfather Ling will personally announce it when the time comes. Consider it as leaving some suspense. Senior Brother Ming shrugged. How could it be like this? That's right. It's really tantalizing. The onlookers were going crazy. Not to mention them, even Ling Zhao's heart was itching. The other rewards were already so good, so this mysterious reward definitely wouldn't be too bad. Next, when it was Ling Zhao's turn to register, he shook his head and threw away the confusion in his heart. Let's not think about other things for now. It's better to participate in this year's competition. As long as I can get a good ranking, I'll naturally know what the reward is. 9588. This was Ling Zhao's number plate. He had no choice. Because he was practicing martial arts, he was already late, so his number plate was automatically at the back of the queue. However, this didn't matter. Anyway, when the time comes to participate in the elimination round, everyone would have the same qualifications. However, this number plate gave Ling Zhao a shock. Although he was late, he actually received the number plate 9588. This meant that there were at least 9,000 people participating in the competition. It was close to 10,000. Previously, it was said that the Elite Hall and Genius Hall disciples had an age limit. They had to be below 20 years old. If they were above 20 years old, they would be appointed and would no longer stay in the hall. Even so, there were still so many people, which was a little surprising. However, most of these people were unrated disciples. It could be said that they were disciples at the bottom. This was because the number of disciples in the Elite Hall had always been around 1,000. In other words, only the top 1,000 disciples could become disciples of the Elite Hall. Otherwise, they would be kicked back to the bottom. Close to 10,000 people competing for the top 1,000 spots. This could be said to be fierce. Moreover, even if one joined the Elite Hall, to get better treatment, one had to at least squeeze into the top 100. This made the competition even more intense. As for the Genius Hall, it was even more terrifying. This was because the total number of disciples in the Genius Hall was only 100. They didn't want one more. If someone was promoted to the Genius Hall, then there would definitely be someone sent back to the Elite Hall. This was the cruel competition of survival of the fittest. There was no chance for any tricks. In the arena square, there was a huge stone wall with 200 plates hanging on it. The names were written on the plates. These were the rankings of the Genius Hall, the Elite Hall, and the bottom disciples. After the annual competition every year, these plates would change. Not only would the order change, even the plates might change. The annual competition was mainly divided into two parts. The first part was the competition between the Elite Hall and the bottom disciples. The final top 10 would be qualified to challenge the Genius Hall disciples. The Genius Hall disciples would also compete with each other, and the final ranking would be reset. Therefore, the reward that Senior Ming mentioned before wasn't the first place in the Elite Hall, but the first place in the Genius Hall. On the stone wall, the plate hanging on the first position was very eye-catching because it was made of pure gold. The name on it was impressively Ling Fifan, one of the Tianfeng City's 4 young masters, the most outstanding disciple of the Ling clan under the age of 20. When he was Ling Zhao's age, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He was definitely a rare genius. Ever since he became the first place on the ranking list, no one could shake his position for 3 years. This guy was definitely worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Ling clan. Of course, this year might not be the case. The second place was made of silver and was also eye-catching. It was a disciple called Ling Yun. The third place was made of bronze and was also more eye-catching. It was actually a girl called Ling Shuang. The 4th place to the 200th place were all made of wood and looked about the same. Ling Xiao took a closer look. The top 10 were all occupied by the disciples of the Prodigy Hall. The 11th place was Ling Yihong, the first place of the Elite Hall. This made him a little surprised. It seemed that Ling Yihong had privately fought with the Genius Hall disciples, which was why he was ranked here. Looking at the second place of the Elite Hall, Ling Yixue, she was directly behind the 100th place. Ling Feng was 102. Ling Taizhou was 103. However, this ranking was hard to say. After all, the top 5 disciples of the Elite Hall were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Once they comprehended the transformation of Qi into aura, it was even possible to defeat the Genius Hall disciples. I'm actually on the ranking list? Ling Xiao originally thought that it was impossible for him to enter the top 200. He didn't expect that when he saw the last name, it was actually him. It was impossible to have the same name in the Ling clan because the same name would be requested to change the name. Therefore, it was definitely him. It's probably because I defeated Ling Chong, Ling Fei, and fought with Ling Taizhou. So my ranking was brought forward. In Ling Zhao's opinion, there was no other possibility other than this. Chapter 37. After the registration, there were only 2 days left before the annual grand competition. However, even though there were only 2 days left, no one was willing to waste time. Including Ling Xiao, almost all of the registered disciples began a short period of seclusion, hoping to make some breakthroughs in these last 2 days. After all, many people had accumulated a lot in this year, and were probably at the final juncture of breaking through. In addition, the strand of aura qi that Grandfather Ling generously gifted had a huge impact on many disciples. Because of this strand of aura qi, some people's strength had already undergone a qualitative change. Ling Xiao was not the only one. In these last 2 days, Ling Xiao worked hard to condense 90% of aura qi in his 3rd martial vein. There was only 10% left, but he was unable to make any progress. It seemed that he could only wait until the aura qi pill was refined. In any case, even if the grand competition began, it would still take a few days. It was not like there were no disciples who had broken through during the grand competition. The night before the annual grand competition, Ling Xiao stopped all cultivation and planned to have a good sleep. There was nothing better than sleep to replenish one's physical strength. These days of crazy cultivation, he really needed a good rest. Now, Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon Transformation had already been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ox Demon Art, Aura Condensation had also been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ling Zhao's understanding of these 2 martial arts was getting deeper and deeper. He discovered that Ox Demon Art was actually a special inner strength mental cultivation method. It could be used to display all the martial arts that it had devoured, causing these martial arts to undergo a qualitative change. For example, Falling Star Fist would become Ox Demon Art, Falling Star Fiend Fist. 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique would become Ox Demon Art, 100 Steps Baleful Chi Sword. There were also Ox Demon Art, Explosive Chi Technique, Ox Demon Art, Chi Returning Technique, Ox Demon Art, Scarlet Young Baleful Chi, Ox Demon Art, Barbaric Bull Baleful Chi, and so on. As long as he increased the level of Ox Demon Art, Aura Condensation, the power of these martial arts would naturally increase. There was no need to specially cultivate them. The same martial arts, when displayed in his hands, would have a different power. This was his greatest reliance for victory. In fact, even if he did not use aura qi, he did not need to fear ordinary martial artists at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Tomorrow, a new legend will be born. Ling Xiao looked at the moonlight outside, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, within a side courtyard of the Ling clan's main residence, under the moonlight, a man in snow-white robes appeared. His long sword moved with the wind, and with a thrust of his sword, a huge boulder in the distance was shattered into pieces. The sword light was like lightning, its power unparalleled. If this sword had pierced the howling moon wolf that had once caused the Li family disciples to suffer a great loss, then the howling moon wolf would probably have been injured as well. It looked like a simple sword, but its power was not inferior to Li Xingyun's Gale sword. It could be said that this sword strike was almost invincible against a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Feng Er. Now that you've basically comprehended the true essence of the Wind-Whisk Willow Sword, it was not in vain for your father to shamelessly ask for this high-grade sword technique for you. People who can cultivate a high-grade martial art to 100% power at the peak of the third layer of the martial vein are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. You can be proud. Standing a dozen meters away from the youth was a middle-aged martial artist in his 30s. Seeing that the youth's sword technique had reached the large success stage, he could not help but reveal a gratified smile. The youth was the third-ranked disciple of the elite hall, Ling Feng, and the middle-aged man was his father. Not only that, your son is about to comprehend the secret of transforming qi into aura qi. If he can break through in battle, then even Ling Yihong will not be in my eyes. Ling Feng said with a smile. Let's not talk about Ling Yihong, but that kid called Ling Xiao, you can easily defeat him, the middle-aged man said. Ling Xiao? That little beggar? Father, do you really think your son will put him in my eyes? Ling Feng said disdainfully, your son's goal this time is to be in the top 10 of the Stonewall rankings. Ling Xiao is nothing. Ha ha ha, you're right. It's your father who has fallen behind. If it was said that Ling Feng had a trace of fear towards Ling Xiao when he was registering, then today, after he had completely cultivated the wind-whisking willow sword to the large success stage, he no longer put Ling Xiao in his eyes. In another part of the Ling clan, in a wooden hut, Ling Yishue's entire body was covered in sweat. In her bright eyes, there was a trace of excitement. There was a person sitting on the windowsill, smiling at her. Yishue, I didn't expect you to condense aura qi before the start of the large competition. Now, in the elite hall, except for that Ling Yihong, there is no one else who can be your opponent. Ling Fifan, don't call me that intimately. I have no relationship with you. And don't forget, in this large competition, the top 10 of the elite hall have the qualifications to challenge the Genius Hall disciples. At that time, just don't lose to me. The person sitting on the windowsill was actually one of the 4 young masters of Tianfeng City, Ling Fifan, the #1 genius of the Genius Hall. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting. Ling Fifan laughed and stood up. With a deep gaze, he said, the only one who can defeat me is probably you. Who asked me to like you? Don't be too complacent. Ling Yihong is definitely your biggest threat this time. Yes, that kid Ling Yihong is indeed not bad. I don't doubt that he can enter the top 3. But if he wants to defeat me, it's still too early. Ling Fifan smiled faintly. It seems like you have done a very detailed investigation on Ling Yihong. But there is another person who you might be surprised about. Ling Zhao's figure appeared in Ling Yishue's mind. Who? Ling Yihong asked. After the large competition, you will know. This person may be a strong competitor to you, to me, and to Ling Yihong. Oh, I didn't expect Yuxu to have such a high evaluation of this person. I'm getting more and more interested. All right, let's go back. Yishue, do your best. As long as you can enter the top 10 of the elite hall, you can enter the Genius Hall competition. After speaking, Ling Fifan's figure moved slightly and disappeared into the night sky. Ling family, Lord Jia's mansion. It was luxurious and rich. Ling Jia's face was very gloomy at this time. Chong, I know you have no hope, but this time you must break into the top 50. Otherwise, don't ask me for this and that in the future. Dad, not only will I break into the top 50, but I will also take that Ling Xiao as a sacrifice. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and said. Ling Jiao ignored him and looked at Ling Taizhou. Taizhou, you lost to Ling Xiao last time because you were too careless and conceited. This time, you have mastered the gigantic spirit divine palm. You have to get back your face. Understood, Lord Jiao. Ling Taizhou gritted his teeth. As long as I meet Ling Xiao, I will let him have a taste of what it is like to humiliate my people. On the day of registration, his gigantic spirit divine palm had not been cultivated to full power. But now, with the help of the medicine, he had reached that level. Not only to enter the top 10, but more importantly, to wash away his shame. In a secret practice room, Ling Yihong suddenly opened his eyes. I broke through. I finally broke through. 4th level martial vein. Ling Yihong had broken through to the 4th level martial vein at the critical time. The trace of Qi's shield from Ling Xiaotian had helped him a lot. Ling Fifan, it's time for your number 1 position to be changed. Among the disciples of the Genius Hall and the Elite Hall, Ling Yihong only had eyes for Ling Fifan. Chapter 38. This night was destined to be a restless one. Countless disciples of the Ling family rubbed their palms and secretly prepared to fight for the best opportunity to make the leap. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also paying close attention to everything. This was the effect they were looking for. Only in this kind of atmosphere could the most outstanding disciples be born. The horn of battle had already sounded. The brave warriors were sharpening their swords. The next morning, on the arena square, even though the sky wasn't completely bright yet, there were already many people gathered here. There were disciples of the Ling family who were so excited that they couldn't sleep well. There were also the upper echelons of the Ling family who came early in the morning to prepare the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was rather late. He had a good night's sleep last night. By the time he reached the arena, the sky was already bright. He realized that the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall were all present. As for the disciples below the top 10 of the Genius Hall, they had all rushed over. However, these people only had one goal, and that was Ling Yihang. At most, there was also Ling Yishui. After all, in their eyes, only these 2 people could pose a threat to them. Ling Xiao yawned and leaned on the stone wall to observe the situation on the arena square. There were about a dozen battle stages. He didn't count them carefully, but there were too many participants. These stages were necessary, especially in the elimination round, where there were close to 10,000 people fighting. Without these stages, who knew when the competition would end? The stages were all built with special materials. Unless one had astral energy and the power of their moves were too strong, it was impossible to break them. The so-called elimination round was actually to select the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall and the bottom disciples. Then, these top 10 disciples would mix with the 100 disciples of the Genius Hall for the real competition. The reason was simple. The disciples of the Genius Hall were too strong. The majority of the disciples of the Elite Hall and the bottom disciples weren't enough. If they were all mixed together, it would be a waste of time for the disciples of the Genius Hall. Ling Xiao looked at the dozens of disciples of the Genius Hall. Sure enough, they were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and had condensed astral energy. However, there were differences in the degree of condensing astral energy. The weakest one had only formed 20% of his first martial vein's earth energy. The strongest of them had already formed the 3rd martial vein and 50% of his earth energy. Of course, this was because Ling Fifan and the others hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, the strength of these guys would be even more terrifying. The majority of the Genius Hall's disciples seemed very relaxed. After all, there were too few people in the Elite Hall who could pose a threat to them. At this time, they were pointing and gossiping about the Elite Hall and the lower-level disciples. I heard from our hall master that the quality of this year's Elite Hall's disciples is not bad. I reckon that there will be 5 or 6 people who will pose a threat to our Prodigy Hall's disciples. I think it's only Ling Yihang and Ling Yishui. The rest are not worth mentioning. That's true. That guy, Ling Yihang, has long been ranked 11th on the Stonewall rankings. He has already consecutively defeated several disciples of our Prodigy Hall. He might even pose a threat to young Master Fifan. Humph, Ling Yihang is nothing. Only I can defeat young Master Fifan. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Someone actually jumped directly onto the spectator stand from tens of meters away. Ling Zhan. It's the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan from the Genius Hall. This person's arrival was really too eye-catching. In addition, he was already very famous, so it caused waves of excitement in the crowd. Ling Xiao also looked at this Ling Zhan. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his body was very strong. His whole body seemed to be filled with terrifying strength, and his muscles were simply frightening. In fact, this was all on the surface. When Ling Xiao used his Mountain River martial spirit to analyze this guy, he couldn't help but frown. He was actually at the 4th level of the martial vein, and his earth energy had condensed to the level of 90% of the 3rd martial vein. As expected of the 4th-ranked Prodigy Hall, this was too awesome. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the fourth-ranked prodigy was already like this, then what about the top three? He already knew that the prodigy hall's disciples were very terrifying, but when Ling Zhan appeared, he still felt a little surprised. Below the four young masters, there are people like Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan. It should be said that they are at the level of the quasi-young masters. Quasi-young masters, sigh, we can't even compare to the quasi-young masters, let alone the Tianfeng city's four young masters. Ling Fifan, Ling Yun, and Ling Shuang haven't arrived yet. I guess they don't have much interest in the elite hall's battle. Yeah, only this Ling Zhan is more lively. Otherwise, with his status, there is no need for him to come. Ling Yihong, who was sitting on a stone stool and eating, only glanced at Ling Zhan indifferently. No expression could be seen on his face. He still lowered his head and ate his food. Ling Yishue's face was slightly ugly. Ling Feng and Ling Tiesho's faces were even more gloomy. Facing this Ling Zhan, they had no chance of winning. Ling Xiao clenched his fist. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is. To be honest, ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, he hadn't fought with his full strength. After comprehending the Soaring Cloud Step and Demon Ox Art, he hadn't really fought with anyone. When facing Ling Taizhou, he just dodged. If I get serious, even I am scared. I don't know how far I can go before breaking through the fourth level of the martial vein. Alright, quiet down. The annual competition's elimination round is about to begin. We will decide the top 10 from the 10,000 elite hall disciples. A voice filled with authority and dominance rang out. This person should be one of the upper echelons of the elite hall, but Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. When the competition started, everyone quieted down. Choosing 10 people out of 10,000 was a very cruel competition. Of course, even if they couldn't enter the top 10, as long as they could enter the top 1,000, they could still stay in the elite hall. Thus, even though there were many disciples participating, everyone had different goals and objectives. Some simply wanted to enter the top 1,000. Some wanted to get a place in the elite hall, and some wanted to enter the genius hall through this competition. Now, the first round of the competition begins. Listen to the number and enter the corresponding stage. If you don't appear within the time limit, you will be considered to have forfeited. The competition's format was actually very simple. One round to determine the winner. The loser would leave, and the winner would stay. Only when there were 1,000 people left would the format change. According to the rankings on the stone wall, the 1,000 people would be divided into 10 groups, and these 10 groups would be arranged in a zigzag pattern. For example, the first-ranked Ling Yihong would be in the first group, the second-ranked Ling Yishue would be in the second group, and so on. The 20th-ranked disciple would be placed in the 10th group. The advantage of this was obvious. It would allow the strongest disciples to stay until the end and not face each other early. In these 10 groups, there would be 100 people in each group. In the end, one person would advance to the finals. In other words, they would participate in the competition with the Genius Hall disciples. However, that would be after there were 1,000 people left. Chapter 39. With tens of thousands of people in the elimination round, the audience's attention was usually on the main characters. The novel, lobby. According to the rules of the competition, if you lose 2 matches in a row, you will be automatically eliminated. If you lose more than 10 matches, you will be automatically eliminated. So if you lose 1 match, you still have a chance. But if you lose 10 matches in a row, you will still be eliminated. If you can win 100 matches in a row, you will automatically advance to the top 1,000 list. This rule was listed separately. It was mainly to protect the top disciples who suddenly appeared. 100 matches in a row was enough to prove their strength. They did not need to continue participating in this kind of elimination round because it would seriously exhaust their stamina. So the audience paid the most attention to these people who could win consecutive matches. When the competition started, the list of opponents was randomly selected. In other words, before the competition started, no one knew who their opponent would be. Many people secretly hoped that they would not meet the top 200 on the stone wall list. Otherwise, the possibility of losing would be higher. When the competition started, the audience would pay the most attention to the elite disciples ranked 20 to 30. After all, if the top 10 did not participate in the competition, they would be the last ones to win consecutive matches. But after 20 matches, there were only 2 people left who still had a winning streak. One of them was Ling Xiren, who was ranked 20. His battles could be said to be extremely smooth. Almost every opponent was defeated by him in one move. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. The referees of this year's competition were not ordinary people. They were all experts from the Ling family. They were also experts who had presided over many years' competitions. Their foresight was very accurate. Who won and who lost could often be seen in an instant. So sometimes, the battle did not need to continue for too long. When they felt that it was about time, they would call for a stop. Ling Xiren is too strong. I don't know if he has a chance to enter the top 10 this time. That's definitely possible. You probably don't know yet, but Ling Xiren once challenged someone in the top 10 in private and won. No wonder he is so strong. But who is the other person who won consecutive matches? Why have I not seen him before? That person, I have heard of him. He is called Ling Xiao. Recently, he has risen like a comet among the bottom disciples. But winning 20 matches in a row is also very surprising. That's right. One of the people who won 20 matches in a row was Ling Xiren, who everyone was looking forward to challenging the top 10. The other one was Ling Xiao, a true dark horse. It's his turn again. Let's go and watch the show. What's so great about this guy? If we meet him in the future, we'll be on our guard. Go. Although there were many matches going on at the same time, the only matches that received the most attention were Ling Xiren and Ling Xiao's matches. This was because the two of them were the only ones left with the possibility of breaking the 100-game winning streak rule. 21st round. Number 9588 versus number 6590. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and he appeared on the martial arts stage. He did not deliberately conceal his movement technique. After all, the news had already spread. Many people knew that his movement technique was outstanding. It was impossible to hide it. His opponent was only a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. Facing Ling Xiao, his aura had already weakened by 30%. Vigorous fist. His opponent roared angrily, as if trying to boost his morale. What he used was a middle-grade fist technique. Its power was not bad, but it was not enough to face Ling Xiao. Go down. Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Then, like a raging bull, his fists turned into 2 horns. He directly blasted his opponent off the stage. Hey, is that the barbaric bull's strength? That's right. It's the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. But why is it so powerful? Number 9588 wins, 21 consecutive wins. The judges' eyes were filled with surprise. It was not only because Ling Xiao had won 21 consecutive matches. More importantly, in these 21 matches, Ling Xiao defeated all his opponents in one move. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually used the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. He only dares to use the barbaric bull's strength against opponents at the second level of the martial vein. One could not blame others for saying so. The key was that it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. Ling Xiao's luck in these 21 matches was really good. The strongest was only at the second level of the martial vein. Those who could not bear to see Ling Xiao's strength would naturally find all kinds of reasons to slander him. Number 9588 versus number 3489. After a short break, the 22nd round began again. This time, his opponent was still at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. After the judge shouted for the start, he took the initiative to attack. It was still the barbaric bull's strength. It was still only one move. The opponent was still blasted off the stage. It was not that he was ruthless. It was mainly because of the rules. Only when the opponent was knocked off the stage or admitted defeat would the match be considered over. In other words, even if the judge made a judgment, it was only a reference. If the contestant did not agree, they would still have to continue the match. In order to avoid trouble, he simply sent them flying with a punch. However, the disciples who were knocked off the stage by him were not seriously injured. The current him was already very skilled in controlling his strength. It's nothing. He was just lucky. The opponent is actually at the second level of the martial vein. Can't he send someone at the third level of the martial vein? Among the onlookers, there were still some who were not convinced. Number 9588 wins, 22 consecutive wins. The judge seemed to be a little numb. He was no longer as shocked as before and only announced the result mechanically. However, what made those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was that in the next 10 matches, Ling Xiao still did not meet a single martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. After all, there were too many people, and most of them were martial artists at the second level of the martial vein. Number 9588 wins, 32 consecutive wins. Brother Tyrant, Ling Xiao's luck is too good. You've already met 2 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein, but he hasn't met a single one. Below the stage, there were more people who came to watch the show during the break. 2 of them were Ling Tyrant, who also maintained a winning streak, and Ling Yu, who had lost 2 matches so far. The one who spoke was Ling Yu. This woman was really good at seducing men. She hooked up with Ling Tyrant so quickly. Don't worry, little sister Yu. As long as I have the chance to meet this Ling Xiao, I will definitely take care of him for you. Ling Tyrant said coldly, but this guy's luck is better. If he meets a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein, he might be directly eliminated. Maybe I won't have the chance to teach him a lesson. It was obvious that Ling Tyrant was contemptuous of Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had won against Ling Taiho, many people thought that the battle was just an accident. Some people even said that Ling Taiho deliberately pretended to be weak in order to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in the annual large competition. Number 9588 against number 140. That's Ling Hu. Ling Hu, ranked 140th in the Elite Hall, third level of the martial vein. This is going to be a good show. Just as Ling Tyrant felt bored and was about to go back and wait for his opponent to appear, the situation finally changed. Ling Hu, teach that pretentious prick a good lesson. Yes, that kid is too arrogant. Ling Xiao used basic martial arts in order to save his true chi. He did not expect that these people would think that he was pretending to be pretentious. This was really a bit unjust. However, it was clear that many people were already unhappy with him. After all, a little beggar suddenly became a famous person. Many people felt that it was unfair. Chapter 40. Ling Hu was just like his name. He had a ferocious appearance and was about 1.9 meters tall. He wasn't much taller than Ling Zhan, and his body was very muscular. Standing opposite of Ling Xiao, he didn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old kid at all. Instead, he looked like an uncle. He didn't even need to make a move. Just by standing there, the aura of a third-level martial vein was enough to make martial artists below the second level tremble. Come on, strength doesn't come from talking. Ling Xiao stood there and beckoned. A mere third-level martial vein martial artist was no threat to him at all. Arrogant. If you still dare to use basic martial arts, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ferocious tiger fist. Ling Hu roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His body seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger, and his aura was very strong. Although it was also an intermediate martial art, it was much more powerful than the intermediate martial arts used by the second-level martial vein martial artists that Ling Xiao had met before. In the explosion of true energy, the power of Ling Hu's fist had already reached its peak. The speed and instantaneous explosive power were extremely terrifying. No wonder you have the confidence to end my winning streak. The power of this fist is indeed not bad. I reckon that even an ordinary third-level martial vein martial artist wouldn't dare to face you head-on. In the face of the attack, Ling Xiao actually made an attacking motion while still speaking. But meeting me is destined to be a tragedy for you. Go down. Barbaric bull strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao punched out again. The arena was like a battle between a fierce tiger and a barbaric bull. Damn, this kid is too bold. Facing Ling Hu's ferocious tiger fist, he actually used the basic martial art, barbaric bull strength. Humph. He's courting death. Boom. This was definitely a collision between strength and strength. A figure directly flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. Ling Hu's sturdy body, which weighed at least 180 kilograms, landed on the ground with his, but facing the ground. His nose was bleeding from the impact. 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. Ah! How was this possible? The crowd's jaws dropped to the ground. Number 9588 wins, 33 consecutive wins. After the referee announced the result, many people came back to their senses. This was too monstrous. Another move. Another foundational martial art. 33 consecutive victories. Many people who looked down on Ling Xiao immediately shut their mouths. Their faces had been slapped painfully. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the barbaric bull's strength against a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein? In the end, not only did he do it, he even won with a single move. Go. Ling Xiren left with a gloomy face. He only wanted to meet Ling Xiao as soon as possible and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's reputation would soon surpass his. Brother Xiren, that Ling Xiao isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid we won't be able to win. When Ling Yu said these words, the corners of his mouth slipped into a sly smile. He was clearly trying to sow discord. Don't worry. That Ling who is only ranked 140th and has only learned intermediate-level martial arts. I'm ranked 20th and have learned advanced-level martial arts. Ling Xiren was indeed enraged. Men, even if they were only 15 or 16 years old, they wouldn't want a beautiful girl to say that a man was stronger than them. What's more, Ling Xiren really didn't find Ling Xiao's strong points. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to win consecutively was because his opponents were too weak. Ling Yu smiled and said, "All right, Brother Xiren, don't be angry. Let's continue our own competition. There will always be a chance to meet." Following this, more and more people began to pay attention to Ling Xiao. 34 consecutive victories. 45 consecutive victories. 60 consecutive victories. 90 consecutive victories. Miracle. It was definitely a miracle. The judges were all shocked. Until the 90th round, because many of the weaker disciples had already been eliminated, the rest were basically martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. For a period of time, Ling Xiao had consecutively met 10 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. He actually easily won all of them in one move. Moreover, he used the foundational martial arts of the barbaric bull's strength. Perhaps he was provoked by Ling Xiao. On the other side, Ling Xiren's attacks suddenly became ruthless. So much so that until the 90th round, most of the disciples actually took the initiative to admit defeat after going on stage. So Ling Xiren won even more easily. Both of them had 90 consecutive victories. Up until now, they hadn't met. In fact, according to the judges' thoughts, they didn't really want these two to meet, because they were all the cream of the crop among the tens of thousands of people. If they could smoothly enter the next round with 100 consecutive victories, it would be a good thing. During the interval between meals, the people discussed the most were still Ling Xiao and Ling Xiren. Senior brother, that Ling Xiao has always used foundational martial arts to defeat his opponents in one move. It's clean and efficient, and that Ling Xiren just used his strength to force many people to admit defeat. If these two people were to meet, who do you think will win? In my opinion, Ling Xiren has a higher chance of winning. After all, Ling Xiren knows high-level martial arts. And no matter how good Ling Xiao's foundational martial arts are, it's still only foundational martial arts. It's useless against Ling Xiren. Yes, that's the truth. Senior brother is indeed wise. I also think that Ling Xiao is not bad, but it's a pity that he didn't learn any good martial arts. I don't think so. I think that Ling Xiao has a higher chance of winning. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fans had already appeared. Why do you say that? I saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Taizhou that day. The Qinggong movement technique that Ling Xiao used is something that even Ling Yixue can't compare to. And in this elimination round, Ling Xiao hasn't used that movement technique yet. You're not right. Ling Xiren hasn't used his own high-level martial arts until now. He's always been using middle-level martial arts. The battle on the stage was heated, and the debate below the stage also began. In the past, Ling Xiao didn't have much status in the Ling family, and it was impossible for him to have any supporters. However, the 10,000 people elimination competition this time had given him a few more supporters. These people's experiences were mostly similar to his. They were all recruited from outside and were also bullied. So in their eyes, Ling Xiao was simply their hero model. After eating, They rested for about an hour before the competition resumed. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao completed his 100th victory, the day's matches would be over. The rest of the matches would continue tomorrow. Martial artists were also human. They also needed to rest. However, what surprised him was that in the 91st match, he actually met Ling Yu, this girl that he once hated and loved. But now, there was only disappointment and disdain. Standing on the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yu indifferently. You didn't expect it, right, Ling Yu? The little beggar that you bullied in the past has now become your nightmare. Hee, big brother Ling Xiao, don't make it sound so bad. Speaking of which, I was still young in the past. I didn't know how to dote on little beggars. I was a little unruly, but I didn't do anything too excessive. Ling Yu giggled as she looked at Ling Xiao. She actually walked over leisurely, completely unguarded. What's going on with these two? This is a martial arts competition, not a chat. Why are they still chatting? The people below were a little unhappy. The actions of the two people on the stage made them feel bored. Is that so? You really think I don't know? That time, the one who poisoned the food and killed several of my beggar clan brothers, wasn't it you? Hee, big brother Ling Xiao really likes to joke. How could I do that kind of thing? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Ling Yu walked to Ling Xiao's side with a smile. Then, she actually reached out to grab Ling Xiao's arm. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Chapter 41. Secret Technique. Soul Assimilating Technique. Ling Yu hugged Ling Xiao's arm and was talking with a smile. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a strange light. Lottie's sudden change shocked the onlookers. Many people knew that there was such a secret technique in the library that could instantly confuse a person's mind and make them lose their ability to think. However, there were only a few who actually cultivated it. This was because this secret technique could only be cultivated by women. Moreover, it had to be a naturally seductive woman. They didn't expect Ling Yu to actually succeed in cultivating it. Ling Xiao is finished. At such a close distance, with the soul assimilating technique shocking his mind, there was no possibility of resisting. To be honest, even the judges felt that Ling Xiao lost unjustly. If Ling Xiao had made his move earlier, it wouldn't have ended up like this. This woman was too scary. She was so good at seducing men at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The one who was knocked off the stage wasn't Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Ling Yu screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Then, she crazily jumped off the stage and squatted on the ground, trembling. Ling Xiao was also a little scared. If he hadn't cultivated the demon ox art, aura condensation and the baleful aura in his body had the effect of restraining this kind of secret technique that disturbed the mind, he would be in danger. However, Ling Yu could be considered to have brought this upon herself. After such a blow, she probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao for a short period of time. Number 9588 wins, winning 91 matches in a row. The judges were stunned for a long time before they remembered to announce the result. Because at this time, even the judges didn't understand what had just happened. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move, and Ling Yu actually lost inexplicably. Ling Xiao, you dare to hurt my sister Yu. You and I are irreconcilable. Unknowingly, the seated contestant Ling Feng had already appeared beside Ling Yu. Looking at the trembling Ling Yu, he roared. Is it worth it for this kind of woman? Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's none of your business. As long as we meet, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ling Feng said angrily. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to leave. The current Ling Feng was no longer his target. He was more interested in the top 10 of the Prodigy Hall, as well as Ling Yihong and Ling Yixue. Brother Feng, that guy was a devil. Devil, you must avenge me, avenge me. Ling Yu was like a frightened rabbit, tightly grabbing onto Ling Feng's arm as she kept muttering. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao did not take Ling Feng's words to heart at all. His battle was still ongoing. 92 consecutive victories. 93 consecutive victories. 94 consecutive victories. Ever since the match where he scared Ling Yu away, No one dared to fight against him for 3 consecutive matches. The 3 of them chose to give up. None of them were idiots. Since they couldn't win, why waste their energy? After all, it wasn't like they would be eliminated after losing a match. Perhaps it was because of Ling Xiao's provocation. Ling Xiren's attacks became even more ruthless. There was almost no one who was willing to fight against Ling Xiren. Therefore, Ling Xiren successfully relied on his opponent's forfeiture to complete the great achievement of 94 consecutive victories. After achieving 100 consecutive victories, I can go rest. I wonder if the medicinal hall has successfully refined the aura chi pill. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, Ling Xiao's mind was no longer on the match. He was looking forward to the breakthrough after obtaining the aura chi pill. If he wanted to go further, the safest way was to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. 95 matches, another forfeit. 96 matches, another forfeit. From the looks of it, there was no doubt about this 100 consecutive victories. Just as many people were thinking this, the situation changed. Number 9588 against number 20. Ling Xiao against Ling Xiren? This is going to be interesting. The 2 people who are closest to 100 consecutive victories are going to face each other in advance. Then, one person's winning streak will definitely end. It was boiling. The audience was completely boiling. Those disciples who didn't qualify for the finals and couldn't obtain 100 consecutive victories loved to watch this kind of excitement. Take a guess. If Ling Xiao meets Ling Xiren, will he still dare to use fundamental martial arts? Haha, don't joke around. Ling Xiren isn't trash. If he dares to use fundamental martial arts, then he will lose miserably. Although many people didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Xiren, to be honest, they still had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. After all, they didn't mind watching a show. Sister Yu, I'll teach this Ling Xiao a lesson for you now. I'll let you see if that brat Ling Feng is better, or if I'm better. Ling Xiren was a little excited, because he had always been looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. In this battle, not only did he want to defeat Ling Xiao, but he also wanted to beat Ling Xiao until he couldn't continue fighting and then be disqualified. In that case, he would be able to receive Ling Yu's commendation. He absolutely didn't believe that he would lose. How could he lose to a martial artist who had just broken through to the 3rd level of the martial vein not long ago? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, don't use Qinggong. Facing Ling Xiao, Ling Xiren's only worry was that Ling Xiao wouldn't fight him head-on and instead use his movement technique to dodge. That would be a little troublesome. Don't worry, not only will I not use Qinggong, but fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiren and said indifferently. He really disdained this kind of idiot who had been completely bewitched by a woman. No way. He didn't use Qinggong. He still wanted to use fundamental martial arts? This Ling Xiao didn't put Ling Xiren in his eyes at all, right? The crowd was in an uproar because no one thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant. He's definitely bluffing. He'll definitely use Qinggong later, or else there's something wrong with his head. That's not necessarily true. Who knows, maybe this Ling Xiao is just so arrogant. There's another possibility, which is that he only knows fundamental martial arts and can't use anything else. It's too difficult to rely on fundamental martial arts to win against Ling Xiren. It's almost impossible. Sigh, this child is still too impulsive. He was provoked by a single sentence. At the judges' table, some people shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. Because even these judges felt that if Ling Xiao only used fundamental martial arts to fight against Ling Xiren, he would definitely lose. They thought that Ling Xiao had fallen for Ling Xiren's provocation. Ling Xiren actually didn't have any intention of provoking Ling Xiao. He just wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao to show his strength. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would look down on him so much. What was this, a little beggar? An outsider disciple actually dared to look down on me, Ling Xiren, looking down on my Ling family's disciples. He felt that he had been humiliated. In fact, many of the Ling family's disciples felt that they had been humiliated. This beggar is really audacious. He dares to look down on our clan's disciples. Brother Xiren, cripple him. They said cripple, not defeat, because they were really angry. Chapter 42. Hee hee. This guy really has the aptitude to be hated by tens of thousands of people. He offended so many people with just one sentence. Ling Yixue had actually been paying attention to Ling Xiao. Lashi had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since he was very weak, and it was still the same today. Senior Yixue, you're still laughing. This guy actually dared to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Xiren. He's simply courting death. That might not be the case. Ling Yixue smiled and was somewhat looking forward to it. On the other side, Ling Yihong's closed eyes opened once again. He was quite surprised as he muttered to himself, "Looks like the people from the Prodigy Hall are going to be surprised this time. Our elite hall might be able to make them lose face." Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Ling Xiren's face was gloomy and terrifying. The long sword in his hand trembled, and his eyes revealed a ruthless look. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was not allowed in this tournament, he would have really killed Ling Xiao. Choose a weapon. Ling Xiren took a deep breath and said, "There's no need." Ling Xiao still said indifferently, "Courting death, snake dance swordsmanship." Ling Xiren snorted coldly. The long sword trembled slightly, and the sword instantly turned into several afterimages, as if it was a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Snake dance swordsmanship, a high-level sword technique. Looks like Ling Xiren is really angry. Ling Xiren did not plan to hold back once he made his move. The most terrifying part of the snake dance swordsmanship was its viciousness and treachery. The opponent was often unable to predict where the long sword would come from. Although the momentum of this move could not be compared to those powerful moves, the pressure it gave off was not inferior to those powerful moves. It was as if countless poisonous snakes were staring at it, causing people to shudder. However, although Ling Xiren's swordsmanship was strong, people were more concerned about Ling Xiao. Because everyone wanted to know if Ling Xiao would say one thing and do another. He said that he wanted to use foundational martial arts, but in reality, he didn't. After all, there were no rules for this kind of thing. Even if he used intermediate or advanced martial arts, no one could say anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't care about everyone's gazes. Ling Xiren really wasn't worthy of him using a higher level of martial arts. The foundational martial arts were enough. Barbaric bull strength. It was still the barbaric bull strength. Amidst the roars, the silhouette of a bull appeared. Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of backing down. It was actually a foundational martial art. This guy must be crazy. You're courting death. Brother Xiren, don't hold back. This fellow is arrogant and deserves to be crippled. After the shock, there was anger. They thought that Ling Xiao was just saying it and wouldn't dare to do it. If that was the case, they would be able to humiliate Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so straightforward. He was a man of his words. Bastard! Get down! Ling Xiren's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if a black liquid could be squeezed out from his skin. That face was ashen to the extreme. True Qi exploded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand no longer had any afterimages. Instead, it condensed into a giant python. The giant python roared and the sound was deafening, causing the martial artists near the stage to take a few steps back. The air was also filled with a ferocious atmosphere. Beautiful. Ling Xiren's sword has basically displayed the essence of the snake dance sword art. It can transform into a powerful force within the slyness. Ling Xiao is only a third-level martial vein martial artist. Even if he uses all his strength, he won't be able to withstand this sword. Not to mention that he actually dares to use foundational martial arts. Although Ling Xiao's performance is amazing, he is too arrogant. This kind of person won't live long. Many people were pointing and gossiping. There were even high-level martial artists in the family who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Wang! A violent roar sounded as Ling Xiren's sword pierced Ling Xiao. However, the expected situation of Ling Xiao being pierced by the sword did not happen. Ling Xiao's palms were pressed together and actually caught the sword. The foundational martial arts barbaric bull strength did not have any special moves. It focused on a method of using true qi. Therefore, fists, feet, and palms could all be used. Die for me. Ling Xiren roared hysterically. He used almost 100% of his true chi to display the power of the snake dance sword art to the limit. He was a third-level martial vein martial artist. He used a high-level martial arts. If he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao in one move, it would be a disgrace. Break. Ling Xiao's gaze was focused on the long sword in Ling Xiren's hand. Suddenly, his true chi poured into his arms. There was a kacha sound. The long sword in Ling Xiren's hand actually shattered. It broke into 7 or 8 pieces. As for Ling Xiren, because of the backlash of his true chi, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Looking at Ling Xiao again, he actually stood there without moving. He didn't even seem to have any intention of chasing after him. Impossible. This is impossible. Ling Xiren completely lost his cool. He couldn't believe the current situation. It was clearly an all-out attack, but in the end, not only did it not hurt the opponent in the slightest, but the opponent's true chi also broke the weapon in his hand. What a disgrace. What just happened? The disciples who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. They had imagined many possibilities, but only this scene they really didn't expect. Who can lend me a weapon? My sword is too lousy. Ling Xiren didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. He blamed the failure of this attack on the long sword in his hand. Yes, although this didn't seem to be wrong, but to completely shirk his responsibility, it was a bit shameless. Ling Xiren, catch. The first to speak was actually Ling Feng. He threw his sword to Ling Xiren. His sword was a treasure sword. Compared to an ordinary sword, it was naturally much better. Ordinary people might not understand why he wanted to help Ling Xiren. Only Ling Feng knew in his heart that he was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao, so he wanted to thoroughly see through Ling Xiao's background through Ling Xiren. Many thanks. Ling Xiren took the treasure sword and looked at Ling Xiao. This time, you will lose for sure. Snake dance swordsmanship, python swallow. The same swordsmanship, the same move. Ling Xiren obviously wanted to use the treasure sword in his hand and his swordsmanship to completely defeat Ling Xiao. To be honest, the treasure sword in Ling Xiren's hand was indeed not bad. This indeed caused a certain amount of trouble for Ling Xiao. But since he dared to let Ling Xiren catch the sword, he would not be afraid. Barbaric bull strength. No matter how your wind rages, I will be as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how hysterical Ling Xiren was, no matter how crazy and angry he was, the expression on Ling Xiao's face did not change from beginning to end. It was that kind of indifferent look from beginning to end, as if in his eyes, Ling Xiren was not worth mentioning at all. Bang, bang, bang. In the continuous exchange, Ling Xiao did not use any other martial arts from beginning to end. He only used the barbaric bull strength to fight with Ling Xiren. He did this to hone his battle experience. Chapter 43. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. The scene of a cat toying with a mouse was playing on the stage. How is this possible? Ling Xiao is only using basic martial arts, and he can firmly suppress Ling Xiren. What kind of monster is this guy? Even the stupidest person could see that Ling Xiao could defeat Ling Xiren in a few moves. He did not do so because he was practicing. Ling Xiren's face was pale. His true chi was constantly being consumed to the point where he could no longer hold on. He could not believe it. He could not believe the current situation. Ling Xiao opposite him was like a mountain, and he was more like a stupid wild boar. Even if he collided countless times, he could not move the mountain at all. Stop. The outcome has been decided. At the judge's table, a person said loudly, "No, I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet." Ling Xiren roared almost crazily and then continued to attack. The judges sighed. They only had the right to suggest and did not have the right to force. Unless Ling Xiren was sent flying off the stage or took the initiative to admit defeat, this match would not be over. What do you guys think of this match? Anyway, I'm a little confused. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein using basic martial arts to suppress someone at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and using advanced martial arts. This doesn't make sense. A judge frowned and asked a few people around him. Ling Xiao is calm and reserved. His true qi is vigorous and his combat experience is rich. His basic martial arts have already reached the stage of perfection. And although Ling Xiren is at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, his true qi is not as good as Ling Xiao's. He is also more impulsive and lacks combat experience. Although he is using advanced martial arts, he can only display 50 to 60% of his strength. An older judge stroked his beard and said, "This person was obviously the most respected of the judges." His words carried a lot of weight. Although he could not see Ling Xiao's true strength, his basic judgment was not wrong. Basic martial arts have reached the stage of perfection? Is there such a thing as the stage of perfection in basic martial arts? The so-called stage of perfection meant that one had reached the realm of perfection. In martial arts, it was generally believed that only the best martial arts had the possibility of reaching the transcendent state. It was already good enough that he could cultivate his fundamental martial arts to the great perfection stage. How could he reach the transcendent stage? There were no precedents or cultivation methods in this area at all. To be honest, I don't know how he did it, but from the way he used his moves, it was almost flawless. This is the characteristic of the transcendent state. What he said was right. It was impossible for an average person to cultivate martial arts to perfection. Even if one cultivated it to perfection, they would only be able to unleash 90% of its power. After all, this had a lot to do with one's body and aptitude. However, once one stepped into the transcendent stage, one would be able to unleash a martial art to perfection without any flaws. Even if it was a basic martial art, it could still make the opponent feel overwhelmed, especially if the opponent was not very powerful. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to rely on fundamental martial arts to conquer the world? That's not the case. Fundamental martial arts are fundamental martial arts after all. Even if it reached perfection and unleashed 100% of its power, there would still be a limit. It would not be a problem to deal with the half-baked Ling Xiren, but if it were Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, Ling Yiheng and the others, it would not be possible. I see. But why would he waste so much time to improve his fundamental martial arts to the transcendent stage? Of course there is a reason. Compared to advanced martial arts and top martial arts, if there is a way, it is easier to reach the transcendent stage with fundamental martial arts. This way, one can accumulate experience and provide experience for advanced martial arts and top martial arts. The elder side. This Ling Xiao has always been unknown. In the past half a month, he suddenly rose to prominence. He is indeed a rare genius of the Ling family. His future is limitless. In fact, the most valuable thing is that he is not even 14 years old, but already has the calmness and dignity of a master. This is really rare. Looks like it is finally going to end. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the battle stage. At this time, Ling Xiren was already a little out of breath. The continuous outbursts had completely depleted his true qi. Ling Xiao shook his head. This kind of sparring partner was no longer qualified. It was time to end the battle. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, pinched the tip with 2 fingers, and then kicked Ling Xiren's chest. Ling Xiren did not have any defensive ability. He could only watch his body fly out and then heavily fall off the stage. Ling Xiren, you have seriously injured so many Ling family disciples. You are not qualified to continue to advance. Ling Xiao stood on the battle stage in high spirits. Ling Xiren, who fell off the stage, was groaning in pain. His ribs were completely broken, and his internal injuries were serious. It was impossible to continue to participate in the competition. Either he forfeited, or he was defeated again and eliminated. There were only these 2 possibilities. In any case, Ling Xiao really did not like this Ling Xiren. They were all from the same sect, but he was so vicious. It was better to get out of here as soon as possible. Senior brother Ling Xiao, well done. Long live senior brother Ling Xiao. This action increased the number of Ling Xiao's supporters once again. Number 9588 wins, 97 consecutive wins. The people at the judges' seats were all shocked. The result of this competition was really out of their expectations. Did you see that? Did you see that? I didn't say it wrong, right? Senior brother Ling Xiao used fundamental martial arts to defeat Ling Xiren. Too awesome. This is really unbelievable. He actually did it, and he really won. Those who supported Ling Xiren felt like they were dreaming. Some people pinched themselves a few times to confirm that it was not a dream. He was originally the focus of the 10,000 people competition, and now he became the focus of attention. Hee, senior sister Ishue, your eyesight is really good. You can actually guess such a result. The few female disciples beside Ling Ishue were also very surprised. It's nothing special. No matter how good fundamental martial arts are, it's still just fundamental martial arts. How can that trash Ling Xiren compare to me? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the side. It was Ling Feng. Brother Feng, you must take revenge for me. At this time, Ling Yu, who was leaning on Ling Feng, no longer qualified to advance. He looked at Ling Xiao in the distance with incomparable hatred, wishing he could cut him open with a knife. Don't worry, Sister Yu. You just rest and recover. At this point, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, you can win 100 consecutive matches to advance. If you meet me, I will let you know that those bullshit fundamental martial arts are all trash. His voice was directly transmitted from the stands to the battle stage. It seemed to be intentional, because he was full of confidence and never thought that he would lose. Don't worry, fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was also confident that as long as Ling Feng did not condense earth energy, he could definitely rely on the barbaric bull's strength to win. But he might have to use soaring cloud steps. After all, Ling Feng was not Ling Xiren. He was at least 3 times stronger than Ling Xiren. It would be a bit difficult to use fundamental martial arts, but with soaring cloud steps. Chapter 44. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Feng's face turned ashen. He did not expect Ling Xiao to look down on Ling Xiren, but not him. Fine. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to complete his matches. In the next 3 matches, his opponents admitted defeat, so he easily won 100 matches in a row. Congratulations to number 9588 Ling Xiao, the only one to have won 100 matches in a row and successfully advanced to the list of 1,000. Advancing to the list of 1,000 meant that one had entered the elite hall and was no longer a low-level disciple. This made countless people envious. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there was still light. The others were still fighting, but Ling Xiao quietly left the martial arts arena. In his opinion, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were Ling Yishue, Ling Yihong, and the people of the Prodigy Hall. At this time, these people had not shown up, so he might as well go home and rest. Before going home, he went to the medicine hall. What's wrong, little guy? Have you been eliminated? The competition should still be going on now. In the medicine hall, Ling Xiao coincidentally met Ling Jiao and another middle-aged man, who should be Ling Feng's father. The one who asked was Ling Jiao, full of sarcasm. Oh, it's Lord Ling. I passed 100 matches in a row and advanced in advance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then said faintly, and then went to find the master of the medicine hall. Only Ling Jiao and Ling Feng's father were left with an awkward expression. Ha ha ha, Lord Ling. This kid bullied your Ling Chong a lot in the past. You can't let him continue to jump around, right? After a while, Ling Feng's father suddenly said with a smile. It's good that he advanced. Iron Hand will take care of him. That's not necessarily true. Maybe our foe, or will eliminate him first. These 2 people obviously still did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They thought that Ling Taizhou or Ling Feng could easily defeat Ling Xiao. While they were chatting, Ling Xiao had already taken the Orochi Dan and left, a total of 3. Ling Xiao didn't want the 2 of them to see him. Otherwise, he would get into trouble for no reason, so he left through the back door. After returning home, Ling Xiao ate some dumplings made by his grandfather and entered the training room to begin his cultivation. He swallowed a Gangqi pill. In just one night, the stellar energy in his 3rd meridian had increased to 90%. He was only 10% away from breaking through. However, there was still a competition today, so he left the 2 Aura Chi pills in the practice room and left to participate in the competition. Yesterday, it was said that the martial arts competition lasted until the middle of the night, and the final 1,000 people were determined. After all, Such a battle could only be considered as noobs pecking at each other. It was not very interesting. Other than Ling Xiao, who was a bright spot, everyone else was playing by the rules. It was only right for them to quickly end the match and move on to the next exciting match. The next day, more than 900 disciples who had advanced to the next round, plus 10 seated contestants, gathered at the arena square. Ling Xiao was looking forward to today's duel, because after yesterday's duel, he clearly discovered that his combat experience had improved by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation had also improved to a certain extent. This meant that this kind of battle was definitely beneficial to him and not a waste of time. Today, the 1,000 of you here are all qualified to enter the elite hall. However, in today's competition, most of you will be eliminated. In the end, only a single person will be left to participate in the finals. Now, I will announce the following rules of the competition. The rules of the semifinals were very different from the preliminary round. It was divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, the 1,000 people were divided into 10 groups. Each group had 100 people. Then, these 100 people would be placed on the stage at the same time. The final 10 people would advance to the second stage. This was also the so-called chaotic battle. The higher-ups naturally had their reasons for arranging it this way. A martial artist could not only be strong in a one-on-one battle. They also needed to learn how to protect themselves in a chaotic battle. When he heard about the first stage, Ling Xiao smiled. Because this stage was not the slightest bit difficult for him. He did not even need to make a move. He only needed to use his nimble body technique to avoid the attacks. Anyway, the real challenge was the second stage. 10 people would be selected from each group. A total of 100 people would be ranked based on points. In the end, the top 10 with the most points would advance to the final stage. At that time, he would definitely meet Ling Feng, Ling Yishui, Ling Yihang, and the others. That would be a real fierce battle. Therefore, in this first stage, if he could not waste his strength, he would try not to waste his strength. After the rules were announced, Ling Xiao was arranged into the 10th group. The strongest person in the same group was Ling Fei, who was ranked 10th. He was also the person who once competed with Ling Xiao in Qinggong and was defeated. When the competition started, the situation was a bit strange. Not sure if it was prearranged. The remaining 99 people actually attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This is also possible? Ling Xiao has really offended a lot of people. It's not that he has offended. I'm afraid that someone is jealous and does not want him to continue. Then what should we do? Even if it's Ling Yihang, or even Ling Fifan, I'm afraid that they would not be defeated by these 99 people. What should we do? Cold sauce. Although it's a bit of a pity, but I guess he is really going to be eliminated. Although many people were worried for Ling Xiao and felt that it was a bit unfair to him, as long as he did not violate the rules, no one could say anything. However, the following scene caused these people to be both surprised and delighted. They saw Ling Xiao sitting cross-legged in midair, about 20 meters in the air, and could actually stay there for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he landed and instantly rose into the air again. Others could not even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone attack him. At first, Ling Fei wanted to take advantage of the number of people, but seeing this scene, he immediately gave up. Who the hell would go against that kind of monster? Gosh, what kind of Qinggong is this? He can hover in the air for nearly a quarter of an hour. I don't know. Is there such a Qinggong in the library? Soaring cloud steps. In a dark corner, Ling Ju viciously punched the wall. He did not expect that he had forcibly snatched the soaring cloud steps and ox demon kung fu from Ling Xiao, but his son and godson could not practice them. He did not get any benefits from being the bad guy, harming others without benefiting himself. That was not all. Now that he saw that Ling Xiao had actually mastered the soaring cloud steps, he almost vomited blood on the wall. The reason why those people were all targeting Ling Xiao was because he had secretly played a trick. In the end, it turned out to be a joke. About 2 hours later, 900 out of the 1,000 people were eliminated, and only 100 people were left. Ling Xiao was the easiest to pass, but Ling Yihang, Ling Yishui, Ling Feng, and Ling Taizhou did not spend much effort, because very few people dared to attack them. Chapter 45. Next, rest for an hour. Do whatever you want. After the end of the first stage, there was an hour of rest. Ling Xiao ate something and then recovered his astral energy. An hour later, the second stage of the competition began. 100 people. Everyone's starting point was 0. Winning a match would give them 3 points, a draw would give them 1 point, and a loss would give them 0 points. The top 10 in the final ranking would advance to the finals and compete with the disciples of the Prodigy Hall. The competition begins now. With the head referee's order, the martial artists became nervous. Because these 100 people's matches were completely random, there was a possibility of encountering anyone. The competition used 20 stages at the same time. Generally speaking, every disciple had to fight 99 matches. In other words, they had to fight with the other 99 people. Therefore, there was no point in escaping. However, some people felt that if they met an expert later, they could at least maintain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if they lost, their morale would definitely be low. Number 24 against number 98, number 6 against number 11. As the head referee announced the numbers, the martial artists jumped onto the 20 stages one by one. Number 95-88 against number 57. The competition on 20 stages at the same time was actually very fast. Soon, it was Ling Xiao's turn. His opponent was a little fatty at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Hee, senior brother Ling Xiao, I came up to tell you that you will be my idol from now on. The fatty chuckled and actually turned around and jumped off the stage. He admitted defeat. In fact, this was too normal. In the previous matches, there were people who took the initiative to admit defeat. The reason was very simple. When encountering an opponent that was absolutely impossible to win against, it was better to just admit defeat rather than forcefully fighting and wasting one's chi. Anyway, there was no deduction of points if he lost. If he won, he would get 3 points. Many people were very clear about this. Ling Xiao was not surprised. Previously, in the 10,000-man competition, there was also the process of 1,000 people fighting. He had accumulated a lot of popularity. In addition, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Even Ling Xiren, who used a high-grade martial art, was easily defeated by him. Anyone who had the slightest bit of self-awareness would not go head-to-head with him. The competition was very fast, because there was a time limit. If the battle couldn't be settled within 15 minutes, the referee team would give a result. Otherwise, some people with similar strength might fight for several days and nights without a clear victor. That would be troublesome. Soon, Ling Xiao met his second opponent. This was a female disciple. Her appearance was not bad, especially her pair of eyes that could captivate souls. She was comparable to Ling Yu. It was just that in terms of strength, he was still a little lacking compared to Ling Yu. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you let me win this round? How about a draw? I'll be your girlfriend, okay? If it was someone else, they would have been bewitched by this woman. Looking at the people below the stage who had hearts in their eyes, which made up the majority, one could tell how powerful this woman was. Compared to Ling Yu's ability to seduce people, she was not at all inferior. It was a pity that after the incident with Ling Yu, Ling Xiao had a natural aversion to beautiful women. In addition, this woman's request had already annoyed him. Barbaric bull's strength. He didn't waste any words and directly blasted the girl off the stage with a palm strike. He would vomit if he took another look at this woman. You beast. You don't know how to flirt. The girl sat on the ground and cried loudly, causing the male disciples to scowl at Ling Xiao. That's too much. No matter what, she's still a girl. So violent. That's right. Beauty, don't cry. I'll go up on stage and teach that kid a lesson later. Keep bragging. You can't even beat Ling Xiao, and you want to beat Ling Xiao? You're bragging too much. Obviously, not everyone felt that Ling Xiao was wrong. Ling Xiao also had a group of staunch fans in the crowd. This was the benefit of strength. Number 9,588 wins, accumulated 6 points. The referee quickly announced the result. This kid is a promising talent. Even a woman can't affect him. He'll definitely become a great person in the future. The referee team still thought very highly of Ling Xiao. The competition continued. Ling Xiao's points also continued to increase. When they met his opponent, they either chose to forfeit, or they were sent flying off the stage with a single move. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao didn't go easy on them. It was to warn those who didn't know their limits not to provoke him, because he wanted to preserve his strength so that it would be easier to face opponents who could threaten him. I can't tell. What level has this Ling Xiao's strength reached? I keep feeling that he's still hiding his strength. More and more people felt that Ling Xiao couldn't only know basic martial arts. He must have learned other martial arts. He just kept hiding and didn't make a move. Their expectations for him were also growing. After Ling Xiao finished his competition, he didn't forget to observe Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng's competition, because in his opinion, only these three people could pose a threat to him. Number 2 against number 4. When Ling Xiao heard this voice, he hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. Sure enough, Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou were standing on one of the stages. Ling Taizhou was currently ranked 4th in the Elite Hall. Ling Yixue was ranked 2nd in the Elite Hall. The battle between number 2 and number 4, this is going to be interesting. Ha ha ha. Many people surrounded them. It was rare to see such a battle. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to miss such a wonderful battle, so he also floated over. There should still be some time before his next battle, so he could just watch the fun. To be honest, he hadn't seen Ling Yixue fight yet. Today, he might be able to feast his eyes. When he went over, the battle had already begun. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm, 9th style. Ling Taizhou pressed on step by step, not holding back. The terrifying True Qi actually turned into the shadow of a giant behind his body. The terrifying power was shocking. Ling Yixue, on the other hand, was in a wait-and-see attitude. She didn't rush to make a move and only relied on her nimble body movement to dodge. What made Ling Xiao slightly surprised was that Ling Tieshou's strength was much stronger than the time he met when he signed up. The power of his moves was more powerful, and he was more skilled in using them. He had completely displayed 90% of the power of the advanced martial arts. In other words, his gigantic Spirit Divine Palm was already considered to be perfect, but it hadn't reached the stage of perfection yet. In a simple comparison, the current Ling Taizhou was more powerful than Li Xingyun in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Of course, he didn't know whether Li Xingyun's strength had increased or not. Ling Taizhou, you're not weak, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. After a moment, Ling Yixue began to counterattack. As she spoke, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly freeze. Her palms were dyed with a strange white color, like gloves woven from snow. Advanced martial arts, Frost Palm. Someone recognized the martial arts move that Ling Yixue used. It's said that in order to master Frost Palm, one must be constantly in a world of ice and snow. Senior sister Yixue must have suffered a lot. Of course, I heard that she often went to the family's ice cellar to practice alone. But once the Frost Palm is mastered, it's terrifying. Yes, it can freeze anything it touches. This is really a terrifying advanced martial arts. Ling Taizhou is in danger. Chapter 46. Ling Yixue finally counterattacked. Both of her palms struck out and the air was instantly frozen. Ling Tieshou's body was already covered in ice. Ling Taizhou turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, it was meaningless. Although Ling Yixue's movement technique was not as good as Ling Xiao's, she was stronger than Ling Taizhou. Her palm landed on Ling Tieshou's chest. Ling Tieshou's upper body instantly froze. Ling Yixue wins. The referee gave a timely judgment. The result was already very obvious. Hearing the referee's voice, Ling Yixue retracted her slender hand, and the layer of ice instantly shattered. Ling Tieshou's back was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Ling Yixue in horror and said, "I'm not your opponent." He knew very well that if Ling Yixue attacked with all her strength from the beginning, he might not be able to withstand 3 moves. Senior sister Yixue is too strong. Ling Taizhou, who is ranked 4th, was actually defeated so easily. The experts of the Elite Hall were all surprised. They knew that Ling Yixue was powerful, but they did not expect her to be so powerful. They still clearly remembered that Ling Yixue had fought with Ling Taizhou a month ago. Although Ling Yixue had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. But today, she had won so easily. I'm afraid that in the Elite Hall, only Ling Yihong and Ling Feng are qualified to compete with Ling Yixue. No, Ling Yixue is definitely not Ling Yihong's opponent. That monster Ling Yihong has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. On the other hand, Ling Feng can still compete with Ling Yixue. No matter what, the top 3 of the Elite Hall were still the top 3 of the Elite Hall. Up until now, Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng had all won. No one could challenge their position. These 3 people naturally became the focus of everyone's attention, and whether they could challenge the rule of the Genius Hall or not, it all depended on these 3 people. As for Ling Xiao, although his performance was outstanding, in the eyes of most people, he was still incomparable to the top 3. After watching the match between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou, Ling Xiao returned to the stage. Because he was about to welcome his next opponent, he could be considered a relatively strong opponent. This person's name's Ling Cheng. Because he lost to Ling Feng, his original ranking dropped to 5th. Even so, he was still very unique among the top 10 of the Elite Hall. The scariest thing about this person was that he had practiced thwart kung fu. If he couldn't break through his defense, then he would be tortured by him. Until now, Ling Cheng had only lost 2 matches, one to Ling Yihang and the other to Ling Yixue. Both of them were automatic defeats, and he had yet to meet Ling Feng and Ling Taizhou, so this result was already very good. Ling Xiao, you should just admit defeat. I don't want to waste my energy on you. I still need to save my Jin Qi to deal with Ling Feng. Ling Cheng had once lost to Ling Feng, so he had always wanted to take revenge. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. He only had eyes for Ling Feng. Below the stage, those who didn't like Ling Xiao were gloating. Who told you to be so arrogant? Now you've met someone strong. It should be said that these people's schadenfreude was not without reason. After all, the strongest opponent Ling Xiao had encountered so far was Ling Cheng. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Cheng. I will help you defeat Ling Feng. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brat, you're really arrogant. How can you defeat Ling Feng? You're really shameless. Since that's the case, I'll defeat you in 3 moves, so as not to waste my energy. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I heard that senior brother Ling Cheng's thwart kung fu is good. It just so happens that my barbaric bull strength can also be used as a thwart kung fu. Senior brother, why don't you try 3 moves? If I lose, I'll admit defeat. He was completely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You look down on me, but I look down on you. You. Ling Cheng was so angry that his teeth itched. He originally thought highly of himself, but he didn't expect that a nobody would dare to look down on him. You're asking for it. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He stood there and used the barbaric bull strength basic martial arts. But this time, it wasn't an attack, but a defense. Jin Qi was attached to the surface of his body, forming a thin film that could be seen with the naked eye. Although it was just a thin film, its defense was amazing. This kid has brought the barbaric bull strength to life. The old man at the judge's table exclaimed, only those who have reached the transcendent state can use the barbaric bull strength as a defense. I'm afraid he is the only one in the Ling family who can do it. Humph, he's just bluffing. Ling Cheng clenched his fists. A layer of golden Zhan Qi wrapped around his fists. His fists looked as if they were cast in gold. That terrifying power was no less than a weapon's attack. What a powerful force. Yeah, that must be the advanced fist art, King Kong Fist. It's even more powerful when used together with the King Kong skill. Hee, everyone knows that Ling Cheng's defense is amazing. In fact, many people don't know that he is the only prodigy who can use thwart kung fu to attack. Even Ling Feng and Ling Yixue wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. The crowd's discussion had already explained everything. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. They all felt that Ling Xiao had become arrogant because of his winning streak. Previously, because his opponents weren't that good, it didn't matter. But this time, he dared to be so arrogant against Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the Elite Hall. He was simply courting death. Hearing the crowd's words, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. His mountain river martial spirit had already analyzed Ling Cheng's level. In fact, he wasn't much stronger than Ling Xiren, who was ranked 5th. They were both martial artists at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, and both used advanced martial arts. If there was a gap, it would be the difference in the power of their moves and combat skills. In fact, Other than the top 3 in the elite hall, Ling Xiao felt that the rest of the people behind could challenge each other. Boom! Ling Cheng's fists directly landed on Ling Xiao's body. A deafening sound was heard and the entire stage shook a few times. However, what was shocking was that Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face. He didn't even frown. It can't be. The defense of barbaric bull's strength is so terrifying. Ling Cheng was extremely shocked. It was as if 10,000 bulls had run past him. He was completely stunned. With one move, the difference in strength between the two could be seen. One was motionless, while the other, as the attacker, was actually forced back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. Below the stage, the crowd was even more shocked. Every one of them felt as if their hearts were being turned upside down. To be honest, before Ling Xiao, no one paid attention to a basic martial art like barbaric bull strength. They all treated it as a springboard. After learning a higher-level martial art, they would throw it away. Who would have thought that barbaric bull strength would become so terrifying in Ling Xiao's hands? Ling Cheng stabilized his body and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This monster. This guy's defense was simply watertight. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and still stood there. He had no intention of making a move. The defense of barbaric bull strength had been analyzed by the mountain and river martial spirit. As long as one was below the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and did not use earth energy, they would not be able to break through his defense. And this was only the barbaric bull strength at the transformation stage. Ling Xiao had not used the advanced Ox Demon Art, Barbaric Bull Demon yet. Not to mention, he still had the Ox Demon Art, Chi Explosion Art to complement it. In addition, he had not used his earth energy at all. He really did not know who had the qualifications to force him to use all his abilities. Could Ling Yihong do it? Chapter 47. At this moment, the battle on the stage paused for a moment. But without a doubt, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Cheng had become the focal point of the entire battle stage. Just like the battle between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao's defense is stronger than Ling Cheng's? Ling Yixue, who had fought with Ling Cheng before, muttered to herself. Impossible, Senior Yixue. Bull strength is not a defensive technique. Furthermore, it is only a basic technique. How can it be compared to senior brother Ling Cheng's high-level defensive technique King Kong technique? Ling Xiao, I really admire your courage, but if your defense is only like this, then you're definitely going to lose today. Ling Cheng was enraged. That punch just now, he did not use his full strength. He only used 70% of his strength because he wanted to save more chi to deal with Ling Feng. But this time, he did not plan to hold back. 100% of my strength. King Kong fist. Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Cheng's punch was obviously much stronger than the previous one. Then I will also use 100% of my strength to block it. His casual words almost made Ling Cheng vomit blood in anger. After all this time, he did not even use his full strength to defend. How awesome. Boom. There was another loud bang. Ling Xiao still did not move, but Ling Cheng was sent flying backwards. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. The stronger the attack, the greater the recoil. Too terrifying. Who can break through Ling Xiao's defense? I don't believe in this. Ling Cheng took out a pair of gloves from his pocket. Those gloves were obviously made of special materials. That is a common grade artifact. It has an additional effect on the attack. Generally speaking, it can increase the power by 20%. At the judges' table, there were already people who could tell that the gloves in Ling Cheng's hands were not ordinary. Other than common grade artifacts, there were also artifacts, spiritual artifacts, true artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts in this world. Artifacts were divided into 5 grades: common grade, fine grade, precious grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. Very few of the Ling clan's disciples had ever seen a treasured artifact, let alone a spirit artifact. The martial artists on the referee's stand were knowledgeable, so they recognized the glove at a glance. Ha ha ha, this is a common grade artifact. Let's see if you still dare to block it. Ling Cheng laughed crazily. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't even break through Ling Xiao's defense, so he didn't intend to hold back this time. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to block his full power and a common grade artifact, unless Ling Xiao also had a defensive type artifact. So what? Bring it on. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to block the attack with just bull force. This time, he had to use Qi Explosion to increase the defense of bull force, or else it would be really troublesome. After all, the other party was ranked 5th in the elite hall. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. Ling Cheng roared and punched out with both fists again. At that moment, Ling Xiao used the explosive Qi formula, and the thin film on his body thickened significantly. It even emitted a faint glow. With a scream, Ling Cheng was sent flying again. This time, he did not stand up, but fell to the ground and fainted. Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the elite hall, was defeated by Ling Xiao without even using a single move. Everyone on the field was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's strength would be enough to enter the top 20. It was even possible for him to enter the top 10. After all, Ling Ziran, who was ranked 20th, could defeat the disciple ranked 11th in the 10,000 people tournament. And Ling Xiao defeated Ling Ziran. Although there was pressure to enter the top 10, it should not be a big problem. However, they still did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to defeat Ling Cheng, who was ranked 5th, so effortlessly. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, too eye-catching. Now, there were finally people who began to treat him with Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng. This kid is really scary. He actually cultivated the secret techniques Qi Explosion and Qi Return at the same time. A warrior at his level is usually unable to cultivate 2 secret techniques at the same time. Yeah, how many more secrets does he have? That wonderful movement technique from before, and now 2 secret techniques. I'm really looking forward to it. But he should have reached his limit. He should have used everything he can. He's probably just a little stronger than Ling Taizhou. It's not possible for him to challenge the top 3. I think so too, unless he has other tricks up his sleeve. In the stands, there were many Ling family's upper management and warriors. They made a judgment and analysis of Ling Xiao. They were all shocked, but they did not think that Ling Xiao could surpass Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yihong. But the reality was that Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao were the 4 disciples who maintained a perfect victory. Although this was because they had not fought yet, Ling Xiao defeated Ling Cheng. This already showed how terrifying he was. Among the 4 of them, Ling Xiao was definitely considered a true dark horse. And many people actually liked this kind of troublemaker the most. So Ling Xiao's popularity actually showed signs of approaching the top 3, becoming the 4th most popular person in this elimination round. From a little beggar who was bullied by others to a warrior whose popularity soared today. Other than Ling Xiao's hard work, of course, he should be most grateful for the Mountain River martial spirit. If he did not awaken the Mountain River martial spirit, he probably would not have the glory he had today. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Every time Ling Xiao went up the stage, there would be many people shouting his name. Among them, there were even some pretty female disciples. This made Ling Xiao somewhat happy in his heart. After all, which young man did not yearn for love? After this new year, he would be 14 years old. He also had some vague understanding of the relationship between men and women. Of course, he also used his outstanding battle results to repay the cheers of the audience. He continued his winning streak. More and more people directly admitted defeat after seeing him. And those who refused to admit defeat, unless they were in the top 10, still could not take 1 move from him. Even the top 10 could not take 3 moves. Of course, he still did not meet Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, or Ling Feng. In this process, Ling Xiao met a few very interesting opponents. For example, Ling Cheng. This guy who had always bullied him in the past, and now was always bullied by him, directly admitted defeat after seeing him. Ling Cheng did not want to break a few more ribs. And Ling Fei. Those who had competed with Ling Xiao and Qinggong also directly admitted defeat after going up. In the chaotic battle of 1,000 people, Ling Fei had seen Ling Xiao's Qinggong. He knew that he could not win, so he might as well save his strength. What made everyone feel the most inconceivable was that Ling Taizhou also chose to admit defeat after meeting Ling Xiao. Some people felt that Ling Taizhou was scared by Ling Yixue, but Ling Xiao knew best. Although this Ling Taizo was vicious, he was not stupid. However, he wasn't stupid. He probably saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, so he wanted to conserve his energy to deal with other people. Chapter 48. Ling Yixue versus Ling Feng. After a few more rounds, a heavyweight battle began. Ling Yixue, who was ranked second in the elite hall, versus Ling Feng, who was ranked third. This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention again, including Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao, who were currently in a winning streak. Ling Yixue, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, Ling Feng. In terms of the number of fans, Ling Yixue and Ling Feng were evenly matched. One of them was a beautiful woman with extraordinary talent. The other was a genius disciple of the clan. They each had their own fans. Hence, when they went on stage, there were almost crazy shouts and cheers from below the stage. Ling Yixue, you have rejected my confession of love many times. That is an insult to me. Today, I will make you regret it completely. To Ling Feng, Ling Yixue was the ideal partner in his heart. As for Ling Yu, she was just a substitute. Unfortunately, Ling Yixue did not put him in her eyes at all. He naturally wanted to take revenge for today's battle. Feelings cannot be forced. Moreover, I only want to cultivate now, Ling Yixue said indifferently. Her face was as calm as an ancient well, as if she did not put Ling Feng's provocation in her eyes. Clang! Ling Feng unsheathed his sword. The wind-whisking willow sword drew an irregular sword mark. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making people unable to catch it. The scariest part of this sword technique was that it was treacherous. When you thought it was fast, it suddenly became slow. When you thought it was slow, it suddenly became fast. Ling Yixue did not dare to be negligent. She pushed out both her palms. Cold chi gushed out, as if the air was frozen. The people below the stage did not even dare to breathe. After all, this was a battle between the second and third place. Clang! In an instant, the palms that were wrapped in ice met the treacherous sword. However, after a light touch, the sword suddenly changed direction and pierced towards Ling Yixue's waist. Battles were not all about meeting force with force. Ling Feng's wind-whisking willow sword might not be as powerful as Frost Palm, but it was far more treacherous than the Frost Palm. However, Ling Yixue was not easy to deal with. As the long sword approached, she retreated and easily dodged the attack. In the end, Ling Yixue doesn't have the support of her family. She can only rely on her own efforts. If she didn't convert her chi into gang, I'm afraid she would have lost. After more than 10 moves, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. He actually hoped that Ling Yixue would win, but from the looks of it, Ling Feng's sword techniques really couldn't be underestimated. The long sword in his hand was also a common grade artifact. On the other hand, Ling Yixue was bare-handed, which was a disadvantage in itself. On the field, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. However, neither side was injured. Ling Feng's sword did not even touch the corner of Ling Yixue's clothes. Ling Yixue couldn't hurt Ling Feng either. In terms of martial skills, perhaps the two of them were evenly matched. The battle quickly entered a stalemate. Some of the referees were already paying attention to the time. However, it would be difficult for the referee to determine the winner of this match, because the two of them were clearly evenly matched, and neither of them could hurt the other. It looked like it could only be a draw. Everyone, it looks like this competition will end in a draw. The head referee looked at the people around him and discussed. That might not be the case. Feng hasn't used his trump card yet. The one who spoke wasn't the referee, but Ling 13, who was standing near the referee's seat. He was Ling Feng's father. He still has a trump card? The referees were shocked. They didn't think that Ling 13 was exaggerating. There must be a reason for his words. Look, the situation on the field is changing. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, causing everyone to hurriedly look up. On the field, there was a huge change in the battle. After around 200 moves, Ling Feng dodged Ling Yixue's palm attack. Then, he suddenly retreated and swung his sword casually. It looked like an ordinary sword strike, but it shot out a strange sword aura. Whoosh! Ding! Mm. Although Ling Yixue blocked the sword chi, her defense was still penetrated. and a small hole appeared on one of her arms. She groaned and flew out of the field. Earth energy. Ling Yixue looked up at Ling Feng with a trace of surprise in her eyes. However, it was just a trace of surprise. Forget it. Let him win. I can't use my earth energy at this moment. She also had earth energy, and more than Ling Feng. However, she had her own thoughts. She wanted to use her earth energy in the finals. Turning Qi into earth energy. No wonder Ling 13 was so confident. His son has condensed earth energy. Everyone in the referee's seat was shocked. Although there were many martial artists at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, it was rare for them to be able to comprehend earth energy. They didn't expect that there would be two people who had comprehended earth energy in this year's Hall of Elites. Ling 13, your son hit it well. He only used earth energy now. His talent is amazing. It seems that he will be one of the top 10 in this year's tournament. The head referee sighed. Ling 13 smiled faintly and said, Elder, you're too kind. My son only has a rough understanding of earth energy. Although he said that, Ling 13 couldn't hide the excitement on his face. His son, Ling Feng, was only 15 years old. To be able to enter the top 10 at this age was already amazing. Ling Feng wins. The referee announced the result of the match. Strange. Why do I feel that Ling Yixue didn't use her full strength? Ling Xiao touched his chin in doubt. Although the result was out, he had a feeling that Ling Yixue was stronger than Ling Yixue. Ling Yixue was still stronger than Ling Feng. She was just hiding something. Ling Feng. Defeating Ling Yixue made Ling Feng's popularity unparalleled. He even had the momentum to surpass Ling Yihong. After all, those who were here to watch the show didn't know how terrifying Ling Yihong was. Yixue, why do you have to do this? Are you going to use your earth energy to deal with me? Ling Yihong appeared beside Ling Yixue and asked faintly, Why would I? I just want to have something to rely on in the finals. Since she was seen through, Ling Yixue didn't hide it. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ling Feng. Ling Yihang only lightly said a sentence, and then closed his eyes again. It seemed that there was no match on the field that could arouse his interest. Ling Feng looked at Ling Yihang and suddenly felt bored. He then looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and resentment between his eyebrows. The next one is you, Ling Xiao. Big brother Feng, you're amazing. Without waiting for Ling Feng to get off the stage, Ling Yu jumped onto the stage and threw herself into Ling Feng's arms. Then she looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. It seemed to be saying, So what if you defeated me? My big brother Feng will take revenge for me. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. You're really stupid. You think that you can suppress me just because you condensed a trace of earth energy? You only have the qualifications to force me to use the demon ox art, that's all. But your wind-whisking willow sword is pretty good. I'll play with you later. The match continued. After Ling Yixue lost, there were only 3 people who had a winning streak. They were Ling Yihang, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was just a foil. Chapter 49. Ling Yihang and Ling Feng, the peerless duo. Perhaps the judges thought so too. So they purposely put the battle between Ling Yihang and Ling Feng to the end. Of course, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Feng was also pushed back a little. Letting the dark horse, Ling Xiao, walk a little further would make the competition more exciting. Ling Xiao did not disappoint them. Before he met Ling Feng, he had a winning streak and even defeated a few people in the top 10 of the Elite Hall. His popularity continued to rise. Finally, after Ling Xiao defeated everyone in the top 10 except for Ling Yihang and Ling Feng, he met Ling Feng. The previous battle was between Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. However, it did not last long. After only 3 moves, Ling Yixue admitted defeat. Ling Yixue's eyesight was brilliant. She knew that even if she used her qi energy, she would not be a match for Ling Xiao. It was not worth it to waste qi energy in this kind of battle. This is going to be interesting. Ling Feng and Ling Xiao both defeated Ling Yixue. They are evenly matched. What do you mean evenly matched? Senior brother Ling Feng won with his own strength, while Ling Xiao was just going easy on him. That's right. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he win in 3 moves? Ling Yixue probably felt that she had enough points, so she admitted defeat on purpose. Sure enough, most people still felt that Ling Feng, who used qi energy, was stronger. As for Ling Xiao, his winning streak ended here. Ling Xiao, kneel down and admit defeat, and I will not hurt you. Otherwise, you will have to lie in bed for at least a month. Don't even think about participating in the finals. There were only 3 matches left before the end of the competition. They were Ling Xiao against Ling Feng against Ling Yihong, and Ling Yihong against Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao lost all of them, he would still advance. Therefore, the only way to prevent Ling Xiao from participating in the finals was to severely injure Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao would completely give up on the idea. Ling Feng didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all, especially after defeating Ling Yixue. In his opinion, in the entire elite hall, only Ling Yihong was qualified to be his opponent. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. However, since you are so vicious, I will let you lie in bed for a month." What he said was the truth. He didn't want to deepen their hatred, but the other party's viciousness changed his mind. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If someone offends me, I will return the favor. Ling Zhao's words immediately infuriated Ling Feng. This brat actually dared to be disrespectful to him even now. Why didn't he think about it? You're going to make it impossible for them to participate in the finals, and they still want to respect you? Wouldn't that make him an idiot? The spectators below the stage were also shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao had obviously seen how terrifying Ling Feng was, but he still dared to oppose him. If he didn't have any real ability, it wouldn't make sense. It's useless to say more. Let's fight. When you're lying on the sickbed, perhaps I'll be kind and send you some supplements, ha? Ling Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Let's start. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Feng. His target was Ling Yihong. Only by defeating Ling Yihong could he become the first in the knockout round, the first in the elite hall. Only then could he truly hold his head high. As for becoming the first in the competition, to be honest, with his current strength, he didn't have much confidence. That Ling Fifan was too strong. Therefore, he had to continue to train and improve. Fortunately, there would be a few days of rest after the knockout round. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough in some aspects. Clang! Ling Feng had already pulled out his long sword. It still looked like an ordinary long sword, but it still made many people shudder. Whoosh! The long sword stabbed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Feng's body movement didn't seem weak either. You'd better use your Gang Qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao only wanted to see how it felt to fight with a martial artist with Gang Qi. The previous battles were too boring for him. There was no challenge at all. You are not qualified. Ling Feng didn't have much Gang Qi. Only 10% of the genuine Qi in the first meridian was condensed into Gang Qi. Therefore, he didn't dare to use too much Gang Qi. Of course, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was not qualified for him to use Gang Qi. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with the wind-whisking willow sword at the completion level and the advanced body movement at the completion level. Clang! A strange sword shadow suddenly stabbed toward Ling Xiao from below. The change was so fast that Ling Xiao felt a little surprised. Of course, it was just a surprise. However, the onlookers exclaimed. They thought Ling Xiao was going to lose. Ling Xiao just looked indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and clamped the sword tip with 2 fingers. Get lost. Genuine qi spurted out from his fingertips. Ling Feng felt his right hand go numb. His sword fell to the ground, and he was forced to take a few steps back. He's too strong. He pushed Ling Feng back so easily. The onlookers were shocked. Ling Xiao still stood there calmly. Ling Feng's expression was extremely awkward. I said, without Gang Qi, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This Ling Xiao is really a freak. A monster. The head judge shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought Ling Feng was strong and talented enough. He didn't expect him to be suppressed by Ling Xiao without Gang Qi. Feng use Gang Qi. There's no need to hold back. Ling 13's voice sounded. Ling Feng picked up the sword on the ground and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. If I use Gang Qi, the speed and power of all my moves will increase by several times. You will lose without a doubt. I've heard the same thing. Don't waste your breath. Let's fight. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hone his fighting skills in this battle, Ling Feng could have defeated Ling Feng without giving him a chance to use Gang Qi. After all, a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein couldn't use Gang Qi freely. Every time he used Gang Qi, his Gang Qi would be depleted. After reaching the 4th level of the martial vein, Gang Qi could be recovered automatically. Ling Feng didn't say anything else. He shook his sword and released his Gang Qi. He thrust his sword forward. Ling Xiao tilted his head because of his experience, but the sword Qi pierced through his clothes. What a fast sword. What a strange sword. It's really changed. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He knew that the barbaric bull force of the martial vein was no longer enough to defeat Ling Feng. Even if he used Qi Burst formula, it would be useless. Qi Burst formula was the most effective secret technique at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Once the Gang Qi was transformed into Gang Qi, the effect was not obvious. If he broke through the 4th level of the martial vein and entered the Gang Qi stage, the effect would be completely lost. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret technique too much because it didn't have much potential. Fortunately, after the Qi Explosion Arts had been swallowed by the Ox Demon Arts, the Ox Demon Arts had its own Qi Explosion effect. No matter what martial arts it would be 20 to 30% stronger when used through the Ox Demon Arts. This was pretty good. Not bad at all. You can actually dodge my attack. You're good, but you won't be so lucky next time. Ling Feng originally thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao with one strike. Who knew that he only managed to pierce a corner of Ling Xiao's clothes? His face was a little angry. He shook his sword again, and the sword shadow turned into several sword rays, like willow branches, stabbing at Ling Xiao from different angles. Not only that, his sword move was not finished. Wind whisks Willow sword. Willow is a bright move. Wind is a secret move, and also the real killing move. Chapter 50. Breeze whisks Willow. Once Ling Feng executed this move, everyone below the stage exclaimed. When this move was executed with earth energy, its power, speed, and strangeness were all increased by several times. Ling Xiao was still undefeated? What a pity. That kid called Ling Xiao could have maintained his winning streak, but unfortunately, he met Ling Feng, who condensed earth energy. On the spectator stand, the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Since Ling Zhan said so, it can't be wrong. Let's see how you dodge this move. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with resentment and excitement because he knew that he was only one step away from victory. Below the stage, many people revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Ling Chong, Ling Taishou, Ling Ziran. These people had all lost to Ling Xiao. However, they were all narrow-minded and refused to accept their loss. They always felt that it was a disgrace for a little beggar to ride on their heads. Ling Yu's expression was even more interesting. She was so excited that her face was slightly red. She stood up shakily and excitedly waited for Ling Xiao to fall. She wanted to cheer. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would have been able to advance to the semifinals. She definitely wouldn't have been eliminated in the 10,000 people tournament. He watched as the extremely strange Wind Whisks Willow sword closed in on Ling Xiao. Some were worried, some were excited, and of course, some were happy. However, facing this move, Ling Xiao only laughed and said, "Come at me." Then, he punched out with both fists. In that instant, a faint shadow of true energy appeared on his body. It was still a bull. However, this bull was a little different. It was clearly bigger than the previous one, and its horns were longer. "It's actually a foundational martial art?" A judge exclaimed. "No, that's not right. This is no longer a foundational martial art. It should be a high-level martial art at the very least." The head judge shook his head and said, "This kid can actually modify his own martial art?" Ling Xiao obviously didn't have the ability to modify his own martial art. This was all thanks to the Demon Ox art and the Mountain River martial spirit. Demon Ox art, Demon Ox transformation. With a roar, a terrifying amount of true energy surged into his fists. His fists were the horns of the Ox Demon, and they collided with Ling Feng's windswept willow sword Qi. It's a pity that even if it's a high-grade martial art, it's impossible for it to go against earth energy. This Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. It would be better if he just admitted defeat. It's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. Many of the family experts in the stands didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao's punch. Go to hell. Ling Xiao lose. Ling Xiao roared furiously. The rage that had been suppressed within his chest for a long time was finally unleashed. First, countless willow-like sword beams struck Ling Xiao. Pa, pa, pa. The continuous attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, creating a sound that resembled rain hitting the ground. It's not over yet. The willow-like sword beams weren't strong enough to break through Ling Xiao's defense. Although Ling Feng was surprised, it was also within his expectations. His real killing move was the wind kill within the willow-like sword beams. Oomph. Your earth chi is only a... Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. It seemed that the concentration of earth chi determined the power of the attack. Ling Feng, who only had 1 martial vein and 10% earth chi, wasn't qualified to force him to use his earth chi. He didn't even need to use a stronger move. Get the hell back. Ling Xiao roared furiously. His fists had already landed on the wind formed by the earth chi. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked more like a demon ox wrapped in true energy. His figure vaguely became a lot bigger. Boom. First, the willow-like sword beams were blasted away. Clang. The astral energy that had been condensed into wind was directly sent flying back. What? Such a tyrannical punch. Is this still true energy? High-level martial arts complete. It must be. Good boy. I didn't expect that not only did he improve the barbaric bull strength, but he also cultivated it to the complete level. No, even the complete level isn't so powerful. This is the transformative state. Transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How is this possible? A sharp-eyed expert finally discovered the source of the problem. First, it was the transformative state of a basic martial arts. Now, it was the transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How many secrets did this Ling Xiao have that hadn't been exposed? Just when they were surprised, Ling Feng's face was full of horror. His earth chi had been completely used up. At this moment, facing Ling Xiao's punch, he had no way to resist. He could only hurriedly wave his sword to block. Clang! His long sword was blasted away. Bang! Clean and neat. Ling Feng had no way out. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The blood in his mouth spilled out in a graceful parabola in the air. He flew for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. This scene shocked everyone, including the spectating disciples of the Genius Hall, including Ling Yihong. True Qi collided with Earth Qi. This was simply unheard of. They didn't know that Ling Xiao's body had been strengthened by the mountain and river martial spirit. It had reached a terrifying level. Even if a martial artist of the same level comprehended Earth Qi, it was meaningless. They couldn't break his defense. Huff. Withdrawing his fists, Ling Xiao calmed down his surging true qi. Although he wasn't injured, after all, it was the first time he faced an opponent with earth qi. The true qi in his body was still a bit chaotic. This is too overbearing. At the age of 13, he can create his own martial arts? Moreover, he won with true qi colliding with earth qi. Even Ling Fifan can't compare with such a genius. Many elders of the clan stood up, including the extremely powerful chief judge. He had already thought highly of Ling Xiao, but this battle still surprised him. It seems that there was a bit too much movement. Ling Xiao scratched his head. He didn't expect Ling Feng to be so weak. If his opponent was Ling Yihong or Ling Yixue, they probably wouldn't be able to win with just true qi. On this point, Ling Feng was still lacking a lot of experience. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge personally announced the winner of this battle. Although they were shocked, there were still 2 more battles to be fought. The elimination round still had to continue. Fenger. Ling Shisan turned into an afterimage and rushed to his son. He hurriedly channeled his internal force to help his son heal. Fenger, are you okay? Dad, I lost. I actually lost. How could I lose to that little beggar? Dad, you have to avenge me. Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, didn't move. The backlash of earth qi made him suffer the consequences of his own actions. His meridians were almost completely severed. This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. The Earth Qi was Ling Feng's own. It was Ling Feng's fault for not controlling it well. Ling Feng was quickly carried away by the medicine hall's people for treatment. He probably wouldn't be able to continue his battle with Ling Yihong, but it didn't matter. After all, he wouldn't be able to recover within a month. In other words, this year's grand competition had ended early for Ling Feng. He said those harsh words to Ling Xiao, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Bastard! What grudge did you have with my son? How could you do this to him? You destroyed his meridians and severed his martial vein. Ling Shisan watched his son being carried away by the medicine hall's people. Ling Shisan exploded. He disregarded the rules and jumped onto the battle stage. He knew that there was a rule in the Ling clan that forbade him from killing a member of the Ling clan. But in his rage, he couldn't care less. Chapter 51. 5th Level Martial Vein. 2nd Level Earth Energy. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao frowned. If he did not break through, there was no way he could defeat Ling 13. However, escaping was not a problem. However, Ling Xiao did not run. He wanted to try. Maybe he could break through in the face of danger? True geniuses were all madmen. If they did not dare to take risks, how could they improve? Ling 13's aura was terrifying. His aura combined with his earth energy brought great pressure to Ling Xiao just by standing there. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Ling Xiao's will to fight. The earth energy in his body was ready to move. 91%, 92%, 93%, 99%. Under the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao's true qi continued to transform into earth energy. His 3rd martial vein was already transformed to more than 99%. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level martial vein. In other words, he could break through at any time. His accumulation was more than enough. Not running away was the right choice. Ling Xiao was exhilarated. If he had turned around and left, even Ling 13 might not be able to catch up with him with Soaring Cloud Step. However, it was impossible for him to make such a huge improvement. Master 13, I only blocked Ling Feng's attack. He was injured because of his own earth energy. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said indifferently as he continued to refine the true qi in his body. Bastard, you still dare to quibble at this point. Fine, since you are a disciple of the Ling family, I can spare your life. However, I must cripple you. Ling 13 did not hesitate any longer. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's chest. Enough. Ling Xiao was about to use his earth energy to fight back, but the head judge intervened in time. With just a simple block, Ling Shisan's attack was nullified, losing all its power. Elder, he acted so viciously and harmed my son. Are we just going to ignore it? Ling Shisan didn't have the slightest bit of courage in front of this head judge. No matter how angry he was, he could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. As long as he dared to make a move, he would not be able to get away with it today. This is the Arena Plaza. It was the venue for the grand competition. This is not a place for you to mess around. The head judge said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Attacking Ling Xiao on the day of the grand competition was out of the question. However, outside of the grand competition, he wouldn't care. Ling 13 seemed to have understood the meaning behind the head judge's words. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, I will give face to the elders today, but I will avenge my son. With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. It should be said that compared to the cunning Ling Jiao, this Ling 13 was more straightforward and vicious. Ling Jiao still had to care about grandfather Ling's opinion, but Ling 13 did not care. He knew that he could never become the head of the Ling family. He did not have the qualifications. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a lie. Young man, you'd better take care of yourself. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No one can help you. The head judge looked at Ling Xiao faintly. He did not side with anyone and was just speaking the truth. I understand. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what he was going to face. However, Was he supposed to show mercy when dealing with Ling Feng? He could not do that. If he showed mercy because he was afraid of Ling Feng's father, it would obviously affect his martial will. It was definitely not worth it. He actually won. He was actually fearless in front of Ling Feng's father. What is going on? What is going on? Among the crowd, Ling Yu, who was originally rosy and excited, was now pale as a sheet. There was almost no blood in her face. She was expecting Ling Feng to defeat Ling Xiao, and then she could return the humiliation to Ling Xiao. However, in the end, she fell from the clouds into the abyss. She was in complete despair. Was this still the little beggar that she used to bully? Unknowingly, he had grown to such a level. It was impossible to say that she did not regret it. Now, Ling Yu was really regretting that she did not insist on staying by Ling Xiao's side. Ling Feng, that trash, was indeed useless. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She stared coldly at Ling Xiao, as if she was thinking about something. As Ling Feng was seriously injured, the battle between Ling Yihong and Ling Feng could not continue. Therefore, the most exciting moment had arrived. This is the last battle of the elimination round, Ling Yihong versus Ling Xiao. Currently, there were two disciples who had a winning streak. The former was the number one of the elite hall, and the latter was the biggest dark horse in this elimination round. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The third ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Shuang, had arrived. The second ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Yun, had also arrived. Only Ling Fifan had not appeared. Oh, this is a bit unexpected. I thought that Ling Yihong and Ling Yixue would compete for the number one position. I did not expect a dark horse to appear. Interesting. Ling Shuang was a girl like Ling Yixue. She looked normal, but her figure was excellent. This was probably the reason why she practiced martial arts. Her personality was not the same as Ling Yixue's. Although she was a girl, she was very fiery. As soon as she arrived at the spectator stand, she looked at Ling Yihong and Ling Xiao on the stage with a smile and said her thoughts. Junior sister, who do you think will win? Ling Yun asked lightly. I can't tell. Ling Shuang shook her head. Can't tell? The surrounding people were a little confused. According to their thoughts, the result was obvious. Ling Yihong had already learned to transform qi into gang and was a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. At least Ling Xiao had not exposed his gang qi so far. In this case, it was obvious that Ling Yihong would win. Yes, I can't tell. This Ling Xiao is very mysterious. I think he must have other trump cards. Although I did not see his previous battle, a woman's intuition has always been very accurate. Ling Shuang said with a smile. Even if he has some trump cards, he can't be Ling Yihong's opponent. Can you guarantee that Ling Yihong doesn't have any trump cards? Ling Yun said. That's why I said I can't tell. These two people, including Ling Yixue, will be the disruptors of this finals. You guys have to be careful. Who knows, 3 people in the top 10 will be squeezed out. Ling Shuang giggled and did not say anything else, because the 2 people on the stage were already going all out. Admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Ling Yihong placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. It was as if Ling Xiao was not worthy of his glance. The words from his mouth also proved his contempt and disdain for Ling Xiao. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao said lightly. You can already advance to the finals. Why do you have to make a fool of yourself? My opponent is only the top 4 of the Genius Hall. Ling Yihong still had that arrogant look. Maybe that's because you haven't met them yet, Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. All right, since that's the case, if you can take 3 moves from me, I will admit defeat. Ling Yihong did not want to waste time. Then you'll lose for sure. Ling Xiao also did not want to waste time. After all, the real battle would be in the finals. This was only an elimination round. Even if he got first place, he would only be first place in the elite hall. First move. Ling Yihong did not speak any more nonsense. He just threw out an ordinary punch. This punch was very simple. It could not even be considered a martial art. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch was condensed with gang qi. Chapter 52. Qi Qi Qi. Although it was just an ordinary punch, The sound of earth energy tearing through the air was still enough to make one's scalp tingle. Break for me. Ling Xiao did not use his aura qi. He only used the demonic ox art, barbaric ox demonization to the extreme. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out with both fists. They were like the horns of a bull and like a terrifying hammer. In a very domineering manner, they directly collided with Ling Yihong's earth energy punch. Not retreating with one punch, then two punches. Not retreating with two punches, then three punches. In any case, although Ling Yihong's ordinary punch was terrifying, the other elite hall disciples wouldn't be able to resolve it without using earth energy. But he could. The mountain river martial spirit gave him powerful strength and body. It also gave him true qi that was several times more powerful than martial artists of the same level. He could definitely face it head-on. In a moment, the sound of air exploding continuously rang out, causing dust and smoke to fly everywhere on the stage. The terrifying turbulence of true qi and gang qi even blew away a huge flag that weighed more than 200 kilograms. Ling Yihong's complexion slightly changed as he said, "You can actually block my earth energy punch with only true qi. You should be proud." "Well said," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I admit that I underestimated you. But how are you going to block my next move?" Heavenly Eagle Claw. This time, Ling Yihong used a martial art. Moreover, it was a high-level martial art, Heavenly Eagle Claw. He was indeed a little surprised that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao in one move. He also felt a little embarrassed. After all, his previous words were a little too arrogant. This move was different. His body soared into the air. As he flew, his right hand formed the shape of an eagle's claw and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't facing a person, but a flying demon beast. The power of this claw was extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the opponent used a high-level martial art. Moreover, it was an earth energy attack. Once his back was grabbed, even if he wasn't injured, he would be restrained. Whoosh! Soaring cloud steps was instantly executed. Ling Xiao's body was like a flood dragon as he dashed forward, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Ling Yihong's claw landed on the martial arts stage. Unexpectedly, the martial arts stage was unable to withstand the might of the astral qi and several cracks appeared on it. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were to hit a person, wouldn't their bones be shattered? Ling Yihong raised his eyes and was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a red light flickering in front of his eyes. When he raised his eyes, what he saw was a red fist. High-level martial arts. No, this was even more powerful than high-grade martial arts. It was close to the power of a top-notch martial art. A ferocious punch. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Ling Yihong. "I never said that I wouldn't attack." Along with Ling Xiao's voice, this punch was simply unavoidable. Ling Yihong's pupils abruptly shrank. He realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. The other party was so terrifying even without using his stellar energy. "Looks like I have to show my true abilities, otherwise, I'll be embarrassed today." In fact, he had only used 50% of his power for the second move. Get lost. There had never been a disciple of the elite hall who could force him to this point. Not even Ling Yixue. He attacked with hatred and instantly increased his power to 70%. He was still unwilling to reveal his full strength. It was also a punch. Ling Yihong's punch was also incomparably domineering. Then, it directly slammed onto Ling Xiao's fist. "The one who should get lost is you." Boom. Without any suspense, Ling Yihong's body rapidly flew out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He somersaulted several times in the air before his body finally landed on the ground with great difficulty. "You." Ling Yihong looked at Ling Xiao on the martial arts stage in shock. "You actually condensed astral qi, and you're so powerful." He had miscalculated. He had only used 70% of his power, but Ling Xiao's last punch had directly used 100% of his power. In this situation, Ling Yihong would naturally be defeated very miserably. "Thank you for letting me win." Ling Xiao actually didn't feel good this time. Although he had won, his astral qi was exhausted and his body was in great discomfort. To be honest, He had won against Ling Yihong, who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. But a win was a win. You lost, Ling Xiao said lightly. How could he have also comprehended astral qi to astral qi? And he is obviously much stronger than Ling Feng, second only to Ling Yihong. The chief judge stood up again in shock. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. First, he had reached the transcendent level in his fundamental martial arts. Then, he had used the soaring cloud steps. Then, he had used his true qi to break through the astral qi. And now, he had condensed all 3 martial veins into a complete astral qi attack. Wasn't this too fierce? Ling Yihong was really unwilling to admit defeat. But after all, his temperament was much better than Ling Feng's. He took a deep breath and said, I admit that I have lost, but I lost because I underestimated my opponent. This fight was not enjoyable. I hope we can have a good showdown in the finals. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Those who were familiar with him knew that he must have gone to cultivate. Losing this battle was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely make a comeback in the finals. Ling Yihong versus Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge, who had been excited for a long time, finally thought of announcing the result. Oh my God! Ling Xiao actually won. This is really unexpected. Ling Yihong, who has reached the 4th level of the martial vein, is actually not Ling Xiao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is really terrifying. Yeah, looks like this year's finals are going to be interesting. I don't know how far this dark horse can go. This is AF * King cross-level challenge. This is too awesome. I have only heard of it before, but I have never seen it before. The dark horse defeated the number 1 genius of the elite hall, the number 1 expert. Now, the number 1 of the elite hall is Ling Xiao, right? Yeah, too awesome. Although the elimination round was completely over, the scene was boiling like a volcanic eruption. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Yihong. This was something that many people thought was impossible, but he did it. Ling Yixue was also very excited. She stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. About half a month ago, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial vein. Now, he had actually surpassed her. There was no need to fight at all. She knew that she was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. In terms of quantity and quality of earth qi, she was inferior to Ling Xiao. Ling Yu was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? Why could this little beggar become so strong? Number 1 of the elite hall. So what if Ling Xiao stopped in the finals? He had already succeeded in creating a miracle. This feeling made Ling Yu's heart uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao. Below the stage, heaven-shaking shouts rang out. Ling Xiao, who had maintained a perfect record in the elimination round, had his popularity rising to a terrifying level. Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng were all overshadowed. After all, many people were happy to see a dark horse. After all, most people were ordinary people. They longed to see someone break through the shackles and break the rules. Therefore, without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who was bullied half a month ago, had now risen up and become their idol. The number 1 in the elite hall was absolutely deserved. Ling Xiao walked down the stage, and the people below automatically opened up a path for him. This was the worship and reverence for a hero. Ling Tieshou's eyes revealed anger and despair. His tightly clenched fists finally loosened. So what if he was angry? Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and promotion speed had already made him despair. Ling Chong was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would be strong to such an extent that he could even defeat Ling Yihang. Ling Fei laughed bitterly and said to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't find trouble with him later. Otherwise, it would be terrible." Chapter 53. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he wasn't good at expressing himself, his good impression of Ling Yixue was genuine. Soon, the referees announced the rankings of this elimination round. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who advanced with a perfect record, would definitely be number 1. Number 1. Ling Xiao. Number 2. Ling Yihang number 3, Ling Feng number 4, Ling Yishua number 5, Ling Tieshou number 6, Ling Cheng. Although Ling Feng couldn't participate in the competition due to his back being injured by Ling Xiao, he only lost 2 matches because he was at the end. But even so, it was meaningless. Ling Feng's injuries were too serious, and there was only a week of rest during the finals. Ling Feng definitely wouldn't have the chance to participate in the finals, unless he obtained some miraculous elixir. It was impossible to say that he wasn't happy about being number 1. But Ling Xiao wasn't too excited. He was very clear that this number 1 was insignificant. If he could obtain the number 1 position in the finals, that would be the key. But even so, compared to half a month ago, he only had the extravagant hope of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the annual competition. This improvement was too great. At that time, he didn't dare to think about being number 1 in the elite hall. Being able to enter the top 1,000 was an extravagant hope. Without a doubt, all of this originated from the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit's current special abilities were analysis, rehearsal, and production. But he felt that this martial spirit wasn't that simple. Currently, the mountain and river martial spirit was only at level 3. If it were to level up again, would there be new abilities? There definitely would. Ling Xiao believed that he had only touched the edge of the mountain and river martial spirit's mysteriousness. He was still very far from being able to use it completely. When the rankings of the elimination round were announced, the Genius Hall's disciples couldn't help but discuss. Humph, didn't they say that this batch of Elite Hall's disciples were very powerful? But from what I see, other than Ling Yihang and that Ling Xiao, the rest aren't worth mentioning. Ling Zhan said with disdain. Hee, Ling Zhan, don't underestimate that Ling Yishue. She still has some tricks up her sleeves. Don't fail miserably. Ling Shuang giggled. Humph, I've only just touched the edge of Gangqi. There's nothing to worry about. Ling Yun snorted with disdain in his eyes. I thought Ling Yihang was going to challenge Ling Fifan, but he lost to Ling Xiao. Trash. No matter what, that Ling Xiao is doomed. Ling Zhan suddenly grinned. Why do you say that? Ling Shuang asked. Have you forgotten? Ling Yun is Ling Feng's younger brother. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Yun and said with a smile. Feng Yun. No wonder. I was wondering why your name was so compatible with that Ling Feng. Ling Shuang exclaimed. Ling Xiao. Hee, although that trash of a brother of mine isn't very good, he isn't someone that he can casually hurt. I'll take care of him in the finals. Maybe I won't even need to do anything. With his current strength, he can't win against anyone in the top 10. Ling Yun said with a faint smile. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm only thinking about how to defeat Ling Fifan. While speaking, Ling Yun looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent in his eyes. The mountain river martial spirit was very sensitive to murderous intent. Ling Xiao suddenly looked back. In the stands, a group of Genius Hall disciples looked at him with a smile. There was banter. There was schadenfreude. There was pity. There was disdain. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. That Ling Yun is Ling Feng's younger brother. He's ranked 2nd in Genius Hall. His strength is only 2nd to Ling Fifan. Ling Yishue said with a frown. He's Ling Yun. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yun and could clearly feel the huge pressure from him. Peak of the 4th level of martial vein. The mountain river martial spirit didn't analyze much information about Ling Yun, but it clearly analyzed his strength. Ling Yun's figure was thin. He shouldn't be a strength-type martial artist. He was good at using the sword and walked the path of the fast sword. Oh, he's not afraid of my sword intent. Ling Xiao was analyzing Ling Yun, and Ling Yun was also looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Yun was quite surprised that Ling Xiao was not afraid of his sword intent. One had to know that sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Ling family, Ling Yun was the only one who had comprehended it. But Ling Xiao was not afraid, which made him a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, don't think that Ling Yun is only at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. He can easily defeat an ordinary expert at the 5th level of martial vein with his sword intent. Not only can you challenge those above your level, he can too. Ling Yishue was worried that Ling Xiao didn't know the depth and would provoke Ling Yun, so she quickly lowered her voice and said, Sword intent? That's interesting. Ling Xiao certainly knew what sword intent was. It was something illusory like the martial spirit. Awakening it depended on luck. Most people couldn't awaken it in their lifetime, while some people comprehended it early. Let's go, everyone. There's nothing to see. After a week of rest, the finals will be. That's the main dish. Ling Yun withdrew his gaze and also withdrew his sword intent. Although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could resist his sword intent, he didn't care too much. Some people were born with strong willpower. It was normal for them to not be afraid of sword intent. Even if he didn't rely on sword intent, he could still easily defeat Ling Xiao. So there was no need to care. Ling Xiao also withdrew his gaze. It seemed that increasing his strength was imminent. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the 4th level of martial vein. Especially the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They were all at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. And that Ling Fifan, because he had never seen him, he didn't know how strong he was. But he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the next few. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat these people with his current strength. He must break through. The reason why geniuses were geniuses was not only because of their strength. These people definitely had their own specialties. Underestimating them would definitely not end well. Seigneurie Shui, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao had an idea in his heart and didn't want to waste time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill into the top 10 of the Genius Hall. He had absolute confidence in this. But to defeat the top 4, the difficulty was higher. If he wanted to enter the top 3, with the current situation, it was definitely impossible. Not to mention the first place. He had heard people say that Ling Fifan fought Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan alone without falling into a disadvantage. This was last year. He didn't know how strong that guy was this year. He didn't think that Ling Fifan, who was known as the #1 genius of the Ling family, would stop and wait for others to catch up. 7 days later was the day of the finals. Ling Xiao wouldn't force himself to defeat Ling Fifan. That would be biting off more than he could chew. His goal now was to fight for the top 3. His goal was to be first and maintain the top 3. There was no doubt about it. He was very clear what it meant to get the top 3. In fact, he still had too few offensive and defensive methods. There weren't many methods to increase his cultivation, so top martial arts were a must. Chapter 54. A top-notch martial art was a top-notch martial art. It was a top-notch martial art among ordinary martial arts. Below transcendent martial arts, there was no other martial art that could compare to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to progress faster and become stronger, it was impossible without a top-notch martial art. He now discovered that Ox Demon Art was not an internal strength cultivation method, nor was it a martial art. It was more of an auxiliary type of martial art. It could increase the power of other martial arts and even increase their level. If he wanted Ox Demon Art to continue evolving and obtain more attacking methods, the best method was naturally to learn higher-level martial arts and then use Ox Demon Art to devour them. For example, his foundational martial art Barbaric Bull Strength could now display the power of a high-level martial art. And the high-level martial art Meteor Fist, after being devoured, was twice as powerful as a normal high-level martial art. Although it still couldn't reach the level of a top-notch martial art, it was already quite powerful. If he devoured a top-notch martial art, what kind of chemical reaction would it produce? Would Ox Demon Art continue evolving? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Therefore, fighting for 1 to 3 was his current goal. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao walked back home. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a bustling noise inside. He was startled. When he entered the house, he discovered that his grandfather, Hong Qi, was surrounded by a group of people congratulating him. "Old Mr. Hong, your grandson is amazing. Yeah, he's #1 in the elite hall, and he's even cultivated Aura Qi. With this kind of aptitude, I'm afraid he'll be heavily nurtured by the family in the future. I don't think it's just that. Maybe Ling Xiao can even get a ranking in the finals. He'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Ling Xiao basically didn't recognize these people, because the shabby house he and his grandfather usually lived in never had any guests. But he didn't have anything to dislike. This was the reality. When you were weak, others ignored you, and even wantonly humiliated you. But when you were strong, others could only curry favor with you. It seemed that he didn't choose the wrong path. Becoming strong was the only way to gain the respect of others. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who rejected people 1,000 miles away. Although he didn't like this kind of occasion, he still accompanied his grandfather to send these people off one by one. In the living room, all kinds of presents were put on display. Some were even very precious. I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in just half a month. Grandpa almost thought that I was hallucinating. Hong Qi had already overestimated Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would improve so much. To reach the peak of the 3rd level from the 1st level of the martial vein, and to possess the earth energy of almost 3 martial veins, this kind of progress was monstrous. Grandpa, I will become stronger in the future. You will never be bullied again. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Although his improvement was fast, his strength was still not enough. If he were to encounter a 5th-level martial vein expert like Ling 13, he would still be defeated. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. It's good to work hard, but don't tire yourself out too much. Among the gifts they sent today, there are a lot of clothes and food. I want to send some to the brothers of the beggar clan. Do you agree? Hong Qi's life had improved, but he did not forget the people who begged with him on the streets. Of course I agree. Without their protection, I would have been beaten a lot. Why don't we go together? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, he had not seen those brothers for a long time. It would be good to go and see them. Don't worry. The finals are about to begin. You should focus on improving your strength. After the finals, Grandpa will take you to see them. Hong Qi shook his head and said. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. After a few days of fighting, he had gained a lot. He needed to organize and comprehend it. He really could not afford to waste time. Well then, hire a carriage tomorrow. Ling Xiao gave Hong Qi 100 taels of silver. Although there were no other rewards in the knockout stage, the top 1,000 in the DSLR would all be rewarded with different amounts of silver. Ling Xiao won 1st place, so his reward was naturally more, reaching 10,000 taels of silver. This money was enough for his family to use for a long time. After giving the silver, Ling Xiao locked himself in the practice room. He then closed his eyes and began to recall the fighting and watching scenes of the past few days. At this time, the mountain river diagram displayed all the scenes. It was as if the competition of the past few days had been completely replayed. Of course, he watched the most important scenes several times in a row. For example, the battles with Ling Yihong and Ling Yixue. He watched almost every battle carefully several times. There was no doubt that these two people had more fighting skills than him and were more flexible than him. He wanted to apply what he had learned. He was seriously lacking in fighting experience, so absorbing other people's fighting experience and then improving his own fighting skills was very useful. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then he swallowed another Gangqi pill. He did not sit there to break through. Instead, he stretched out his hands and began to practice his martial arts. From bull strength to falling star fist to 100 steps flying sword technique and then soaring cloud steps. During this process, he did not suppress the release of his Gangqi. All the martial arts used Gangqi. He could feel that he was immersed in a very strange atmosphere. He was obviously practicing alone, but it seemed that there was an opponent on the opposite side who was exchanging blows with him. Several figures were constantly practicing in his mountain river diagram. Sometimes it was Ling Yixue, sometimes it was Ling Yihong, sometimes it was Ling 13, and sometimes it was Ling Jiu. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure he faced was also getting greater and greater. Ha-dash! Suddenly, he roared. The sound was like a thunderclap. His fists blasted out with absolute power. The scene in the mountain river diagram disappeared, and Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Break for me! The last shackle was broken under the control of his terrifying willpower. The originally sluggish Gangqi suddenly became flexible and free. The genuine qi in his body had completely turned into Gangqi. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. The current Gangqi had also reached 20% of the 4th martial vein. Although the amount of Gangqi had not increased much from before, it was definitely a qualitative leap from the peak of the 3rd martial vein to the 4th martial vein. Because there were no impurities in the genuine qi in his body, it had completely turned into gang qi. Even the qi recovery technique was now recovering gang qi. As long as he did not consume too much gang qi would slowly recover. At the same time, the opening of the fourth martial vein had further improved his body. His strength had already reached 500 Jin. Although there was only one level between the third martial vein and the fourth martial vein, the difference was actually like heaven and earth. Those below the third martial vein were called martial students. They cultivated genuine qi and were known as the awakening stage. And those above the fourth martial vein were martial disciples. They cultivated gang qi and were known as the gang qi stage. The situation was completely different. It could be said that this was a qualitative change, a huge change like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Possessing gang qi was once Ling Xiao's lifelong goal, an extravagant hope. Because a martial artist whose entire body had turned into gang qi would be treated very well in any faction in Northern Han. After all, in Northern Han, countless people were stuck at the peak of the third martial vein, unable to break through. Chapter 55. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His lifelong goal had actually been achieved in half a month. This made him feel like he was dreaming. It seemed that actual combat was necessary to improve one's strength. Previously, he had used an aura chi pill and was stuck at 99%. But after a day of fighting with an expert, he broke through so easily. Less than 2 hours had passed. No, it should be said that Ling Feng's father, Ling 13, had played a key role. If it wasn't for Ling 13's terrifying aura, he wouldn't have been able to unleash all his potential under such a great crisis. It was also because of Ling 13's pressure and threat that Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of urgency to improve his strength. With the addition of other factors, success came naturally. In fact, he had to thank Ling 13 properly. Now that he had broken through to the fourth level of the martial vein, coupled with the Demon Ox Art, Meteor Fist, and Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon transformation, even Ling 13, who was in the fifth level of the martial vein, would have a hard time killing him. He now had the ability to save his life. But the template had to be updated. Previously, it was a martial artist in the third level of the martial vein, without aura chi, but he had already exposed his strength in the tournament. If he continued to use the template, it would be too fake. So he changed the template. The current template was at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, with aura chi at least 90% of the third martial vein. This strength actually had another title, Peak Martial Artist. In other words, he should be close to the strongest in the martial artist title. Generally, a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, with aura chi at least 90% of the third martial vein, would be able to obtain this honor. After breaking through to the fourth level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao didn't stop cultivating. Breaking through was one thing. However, stability was another matter altogether. Not to mention, there were still many things to do to improve his combat strength. All kinds of martial arts, no matter how many levels, could be divided into 5 stages. The first stage was called Small Success, which meant that one could use 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called Proficiency, which meant that one could use 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called Great Success, which could use 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called Perfection, also known as Great Perfection. One could perfectly unleash the power of martial arts. The fifth stage was the Perfection stage, also known as the Perfection stage. At this stage, the martial arts had no flaws and were flawless. Its power could even be increased by 2 to 5 times, which was very terrifying. Ling Xiao had only mastered the basic martial art, Raging Bull Force, to the transformative level. The rest of his martial arts were only at the advanced mastery level. He was still far from the consummation level, let alone the transformative level. He planned to first raise his demonic ox art to the level of perfection. This way, at the very least, the power of this move would increase by several times, and his battle prowess would naturally be even more astonishing. However, as long as you worked hard, you could reach the martial arts realm from the small completion to the perfection stage. Only the martial arts realm was mysterious and had a lot to do with a person's perception. In order to reach the transcendent state, in addition to hard work, One also had to rely on luck and comprehension. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the mountain and river martial spirit, no matter how bad his comprehension was, he could perfectly reach the transcendent stage by relying on his analysis and practice ability. All he needed was time. This night, he repeatedly practiced the demonic ox art, concentrating on raising the level of the demon ox art. After all, this was his strongest attack at the moment. Although the demonic ox art was quite powerful, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was better used for sneak attacks or as a trump card. At dawn, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Although the demonic ox art had not reached the transcendent stage, it had already reached the consummation level from the advanced mastery level. Its power had also increased by a large margin. This was enough. After thinking about it, he simply spent another 4 hours to raise the demonic ox art to the consummation level. The consummation level was relatively easy to raise. After all, the figures in the mountain and river diagram were constantly practicing, so it was very easy to learn. This move was his trump card, so there was no harm in making it a little stronger. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his head. He was a little tired. It seemed that he needed to rest for a while. But before resting, he wanted to see what kind of special changes the mountain and river martial spirit had undergone after reaching the 4th level of the martial vein. Analysis, practice, production and creation, plus a realm template. This was the original ability. After the realm was raised, there was an additional ability, martial will. Ling Xiao had previously thought that analysis and practice were two different kinds of abilities. In the end, he found that he was wrong. This was an ability in itself. Without analysis, there was no way to practice. After analysis, it would be useless if he did not practice. Production and creation were also a kind of ability. It was just that the level of this ability was still low, so creation was not possible. For the time being, it was only production. As for the realm template, it could only be used to change the surface of his strength so that others could not see his true strength. But in the future, when the level was raised, the effect was unknown. The last new ability made Ling Xiao even more surprised. He had heard of martial will. It was a kind of unclear concept. Swordsmen had sword intent, and sabersmen had saber intent. As for the other martial artists, they all had different martial wills. According to the explanation of the mountain and river diagram, martial will was actually the initial version of the martial spirit. When the martial will could be condensed and formed, it would become the martial spirit. However, in the past 10,000 years, although there were people who had raised their martial will to the perfection realm, there were very few who had finally condensed the martial spirit. Martial will was the same as martial arts. It had 5 stages: small success, expert, large success, perfection, and perfection realm. In Ling Xiao's opinion, his current strength was not enough to control the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. That was why the ability of martial will appeared. The mountain and river martial spirit was probably to let him adapt to the battle of martial will. Then, when the martial will reached the perfection realm, he could directly use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Originally, he had planned to rest, but seeing this new martial will, Ling Xiao did not want to sleep. Generally speaking, there were 2 greatest benefits of martial will in battle. One was the suppression of the will, making the opponent timid. The other was the blessing of martial arts. The stronger the martial will, the greater the blessing. Ling Xiao's martial will had an advantage. It was not a fixed type of will, because it was extracted from the mountain and river martial spirit, and the mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. This martial will was naturally all-encompassing as well. When he used a sword, it was sword intent. When he used a saber, it was saber intent. When he used a spear, it was spear intent. It could be exchanged almost seamlessly without the slightest impact. These were all the information he had obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit. It was definitely not false. Currently, because he had not obtained a top-grade martial art, Ling Xiao was not sure what weapon he would use in the future. Generally speaking, although a martial artist could learn many kinds of martial arts, it was best to specialize in one. However, this matter should wait until he obtained a top-grade martial art. Otherwise, even if he decided now, there was not much meaning. Chapter 56. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the martial will, did not immediately go to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the training room. He wanted to properly feel what this martial will was, how to use it in martial arts. After all, what was a very illusory thing. There was still a huge difference between having it and truly grasping it. After another 4 hours, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face revealed a hint of excitement. Previously, he had planned to use the Ox Demon Art as his trump card. Now, it seemed that martial will was his greatest trump card. However, this was also good. The more trump cards he had, the higher the possibility of getting first place in the finals. But this was not enough. Based on the current situation, Ling Xiao felt that his attacks were enough for the time being. There was not much of a problem with his movement technique, but there was a huge flaw. That was defense. The body was a very mysterious thing. The stronger the tempering, the higher the defense. What he lacked now was a defensive martial art. Although barbaric bull strength could be used for defense, it was not a defensive martial art. It was fine against a weak opponent, but against a strong opponent, it was not of much use. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Some things could not be forced. He still planned to rest for a while. Now, because he had continued to cultivate, his mind was a little dizzy. Returning to his room, Ling Xiao rested for about 2 hours before getting up. After all, martial artists were martial artists, especially those who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein realm. Their resting time could be greatly reduced, and their recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. "Little fellow, there's someone outside looking for you." Hong Chi's voice came from outside the door. "Coming, grandfather." Ling Xiao got up and washed his face. Then, he walked out of the room and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old. He had a square face, a dignified appearance, and a domineering aura. Second Master. Ling Xiao was shocked. This person was Ling Xiaoyan's second son. His martial arts cultivation was close to grandfather Ling's. He could be considered the strongest among the 16 sons of the Ling family. Even the Mountain River martial spirit was temporarily unable to pry into the strength of Second Master Ling. Ha ha ha. So you're Ling Xiao. Not bad, not bad. Second Master Ling looked at Ling Xiao as though he wanted to see through this young man. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous facing his gaze, but fortunately, the other party was still unable to see through the hidden function of the strength model. Peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. His astral energy has been refined to more than 99%. It seems that he is only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein. Thank you for your praise, Second Master. May I know why Second Master is here today? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. He didn't want to cause any trouble. If he offended Ling 13, he might still have a chance to live, but if he offended this Second Master Ling, he would definitely die. I think highly of you. Second Master Ling went straight to the point and said, "Reaching your level at the age of 13, you are even better than Ling Fifan. So I want you to be my man." "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "It's very simple. My grandfather has 16 sons, and all of them want to compete for the position of the patriarch. I don't expect you to do anything, just support me at critical times." Second Master Ling said with a smile. "Second Master, you must be joking. I am only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. What can I do to help you?" Ling Xiao asked cautiously. "I will not misjudge you. Although you are only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, I also know that you only took half a month to go from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial vein. Your potential is terrifying. I have never heard of it before, so I believe that your future is bright." Second Master Ling said seriously, "You will not lose out if you work with me. Whether it is Ling Jiu or Ling 13, they will have to ask for my permission if they want to touch you." Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Although he had obtained the Mountain River martial soul and had terrifying potential, he was still not strong enough. If Ling Jiu and Ling 13 really disregarded the family rules and wanted to kill him, he could run. But his grandfather, Hong Chi, would be in trouble. There was nothing wrong with being protected by Second Master Ling. Anyway, in the Ling family, sooner or later, he would have to choose a side. This kind of internal strife was very serious. "Well, since Second Master Ling thinks so highly of me, I will agree. Ling Xiao nodded. Good, good. Second Master Ling slammed the table and said, in that case, I am relieved. In addition to providing you with protection, you can also get 1,000 taels of silver from me every month. The rest of the elixirs and martial arts will be calculated separately. Also, I know that you're building a house. I've already asked them to stop. How can that place be worthy of you? Later, you and your grandfather can move into the house that I've provided for you. Not only is the environment better, but it's also more suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be a little surprised. This second Master Ling was really intending to groom him well. Although 1,000 taels of silver and a house was nothing to someone like second Master Ling, but this was still a show of sincerity. One must know that previously, he did not have the qualifications to receive a tael of silver from the Ling family, much less a house. I am indebted to second Master Ling for training me. If there is a day when second Master Ling needs me, Ling Xiao will definitely help you. He would not sell himself to second Master Ling, but if second Master Ling was in trouble, he would naturally help. Good. Since this is the case, let's not delay any longer. The few of you, why aren't you helping Ling Xiao move? Second Master Ling said to the few people outside the house. He really did what he said he would do. Ling Xiao did not object. Very quickly, he followed second Master Ling into the new house. This house was much bigger than the one they rented previously. The facilities were more complete. Not only that, there were 2 servants and 2 maids who were in charge of the daily necessities. As for the daily necessities and furniture, it was fully equipped. In this way, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about Hongqi's daily life. The old man could totally enjoy his old age. As for safety, it was not a problem. Unless second Master Ling was killed, no one would dare to enter this house. With no problems in his daily life, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about anything. He could now focus on improving his strength. All of this seemed to be because of second Master Ling's training, but it was actually because of his strength. It was because of his great potential that second Master Ling valued him. In fact, even if second Master Ling did not exist, others might come looking for him. Being in such a family, it was the most foolish decision to stay out of trouble. Ling Xiao naturally had his own considerations when he agreed to second Master Ling's request. At the very least, second Master Ling's strength was at the top of Ling Xiaoyan's 16 sons. He was also more forthright and had the style of Ling Xiaotian. He was not as narrow-minded as Ling 13 and Ling Jiu. Now that his cultivation level had stabilized, what he needed to do was to train Demon Ox Art, Meteor Fists to the perfection of manifestation. Every time his strength increased, he would have a higher chance of winning the finals. Another day passed. There were still 6 days until the finals. Through continuous hard work, Ling Xiao had finally reached the level of perfection in the demonic ox art, Meteor Fists. Chapter 57. Whoosh! Ling Xiao flew out of the practice room and into the courtyard. After all, there were no opponents in the practice room. He wanted to see what level the demonic ox art Meteor Fist had reached. Boom! With just a casual punch, a decorative stone in the courtyard was shattered. This power was comparable to the full force attack of the level 4 beast he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Not bad. My attack is much stronger than the average martial artist of the 4th level of the martial vein. If I incorporate martial will, the power will increase again. This way, my chances of getting into the top 3 of the finals will be greater. The power of this punch made Ling Xiao very happy. The attack power of a high-level martial art that had reached the martial vein of the martial vein would not be weaker than the worst martial art. Hongqi looked at Ling Xiao in the courtyard with a satisfied smile on his face. He suddenly pulled out a book from his sleeve. Although it was a bit tattered, it was still relatively complete. Looks like it's time to give this to the little guy. I thought he would never use it in his life. I didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly. He was about to call Ling Xiao when suddenly there was a commotion outside. Ling Fei rushed in and shouted, "Ling Xiao, something happened. A little beggar is looking for you." When Ling Xiao heard the word little beggar, he thought of his playmate who begged for food with him in the past. He hurriedly rushed out. Outside was a little beggar younger than Ling Xiao. He was only 6 or 7 years old, but his body was covered in blood. "Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa Hong, quickly go and save everyone. If you don't go, they will all die. Ling Xiao did not ask any questions. He asked Hong Qi to take care of the little beggar and then flew into the air. He had no intention of hiding his Qinggong. Soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation was fully displayed. It was ridiculously fast. Ling Fei looked at the figure that was like a flash of lightning and muttered to himself, compared to him in Qinggong, I am simply a frog at the bottom of a well. It didn't take long for Ling Xiao to arrive at the gathering place of the beggars gang in Tianfeng City. It was a dilapidated temple outside the city. Although it was called the beggars gang, it was actually just a group of poor beggars who gathered together to beg for more food and help each other. When he arrived at the ruined temple, the ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn across the ground. Dog, wake up. Radish head, didn't you say that you want to be my wife when you grow up? Uncle Six Fingers, you can't die. I said that I'll let you live a good life after I become rich. Uncle Luogua, Grandpa Blind, a stone block. Who is it? Who did it? More than 20 people, except for the little guy who ran to report. None of them survived. They were all cruelly killed. Why? Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. That was Ling Xiao noticed some footprints, then stepped on the ground and sped up. At this moment, on a road that led to Tianfeng City, a few people were chatting and laughing as they walked. There were bloodstains on their bodies. One of them was Li Xingyun, whom Ling Xiao had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Senior brother Xingyun, congratulations on your hurricane sword mastery. You killed more than 20 people with one strike. Beautiful. It's just more than 20 beggars. It's nothing. Li Xingyun smiled with a smug look on his face. Senior brother Xingyun, not only have you reached the hurricane sword mastery, but your strength has also broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. If you meet that guy called Ling Xiao again, you must take his life. Of course. I haven't forgotten about that day in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Li Xingyun's strength had increased greatly, so he naturally thought of revenge. Back then, he didn't dare to do it himself because he wasn't confident that he could beat Ling Xiao. But it was different now. The Ling family had their annual competition, and so did the Li family. In the Li family's annual competition, not only did he win the elimination round with a perfect record, but he also didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. When he went to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to hunt for beasts, he even killed the level 4 beast that had forced him into a sorry state. So he was bursting with confidence now. On the way back, he met a little beggar begging for food. His killing intent rose because there was a move in his hurricane sword mastery called Chainsword. This move could attack multiple targets. Just on a whim, he killed more than 20 beggars with one strike. Of course, he didn't know that there was a little beggar playing in the bushes nearby. After killing people, not only did he not have the slightest bit of regret, but he was also extremely proud and excited about his hurricane sword mastery. You guys killed those beggars? Suddenly, a figure landed in the middle of the road. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell came out from this person's mouth. Ling Xiao? Li Xingyun would never forget this face. Ever since the incident in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he had been pasting Ling Xiao's portrait in his room to encourage himself. He, that's right. I killed them. Could it be that those beggars are related to you? He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Today was a narrow road for enemies. Moreover, they were in the wilderness. It was a good place to kill and rob. Ling Xiao also recognized Li Xingyun. He suddenly thought of the black scarf bandits he met on the way back. Could it be that they were sent by this guy too? No matter what, since Li Xingyun killed his family, he must die. Today, all of you must die. Having received a definite answer, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. He could see that Li Xingyun had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. But so what? If he attacked with all his strength, Li Xingyun wouldn't last more than 3 moves. As for the others, 1 move was enough. Ha. Did you hear that? That guy said he's going to kill us. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in the world. A mere pinnacle martial arts student dares to be so arrogant. What a joke. Senior brother Xingyun, he doesn't take you seriously. The group of Li family disciples was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. They completely treated Ling Zhao's words as a joke. However, their discussion suddenly came to an abrupt end. Because Ling Xiao moved. It was only for a moment. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a sword light shot out. Those Li family disciples who were laughing at Ling Xiao were still enjoying the pleasure of mocking others when they suddenly felt a pain in their necks. Then, their faces were filled with horror. Then, one by one, they all fell to the ground, their lives cut off. You actually dared to kill them. Do you really want to start a war between the Li family and the Ling family? Li Xingyun didn't expect Ling Zhao's sword to be so fast. In just an instant, he didn't even have time to block, and the people behind him were all dead. There were more than a dozen Li family disciples at the third level of the martial vein. The strongest one was even at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, and was about to break through to the fourth level of the martial vein. They were actually killed so easily. If I kill you, no one will know what happened today. Chapter 58. Ha ha ha, kill me? Li Xingyun seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. A martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein actually said that he wanted to kill him. A martial artist at the fourth level of the martial vein? Did he hear wrongly? Before I kill you, I just want to ask you one question. Why did you kill those poor beggars? Ling Xiao really couldn't understand. Those people from the beggar sect didn't know martial arts at all. They were just ordinary beggars. How did they get killed? Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, so I wanted to practice my moves. Li Xingyun said nonchalantly. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He actually killed more than 20 people just to practice his moves? That's a human life, you know? There was a chill in his eyes. Li Xingyun must die. All right, if you want to seek justice for those beggars, then come. But you killed so many of our Li family's disciples. I will not let you live. As Li Xingyun spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. There was nothing fancy. This sword was surprisingly fast. Ling Xiao recognized this sword. It was one of the moves of the Gale swordsmanship that Li Xingyun used to deal with the fourth-level demon beast. His opponent was not weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He channeled his true qi, and his body turned into the shadow of a flood dragon. Soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation had been used, and he easily dodged this sword. He didn't use Gang Qi. It wasn't easy to kill Li Xingyun. Gang Qi could be used as a trump card. He believed that Li Xingyun would definitely not be able to block his sudden attack. What he wanted was to kill Li Xingyun in one blow. He couldn't let Li Xingyun escape, so it was necessary to condense his powerful attack into one point. He just had to look for an opportunity. Li Xingyun was stunned. He was most afraid of Ling Zhao's movement technique. He didn't expect Ling Zhao's movement technique to be even better than when he was in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Your movement technique has improved a lot, but it's useless. The strength of the fourth level of the martial vein is not something you can understand. Chain sword. The two of them staggered. Li Xingyun suddenly turned around and swung his sword. However, this sword strike was clearly different from the previous one. Not only was it more condensed, but it had also unleashed 3 bursts of sword qi. The sword qi soared into the air, and the surrounding branches were all cut down, causing a fierce wind to blow. Demon Ox Art, Falling Star Fists. Ling Xiao immediately used his strongest offensive skill. Bull Force could be used in sparring, but Meteor Fists were more suitable for killing people. Boom! With just one punch, the 3 streams of sword qi were all shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in all directions, piercing through the nearby rocks. Stellar energy? Li Xingyun frowned slightly. So you've also condensed earth energy. No wonder you're so arrogant. But it's useless. Third-level martial vein is just third-level martial vein. Even if you have earth energy, you are still no match for me. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao had shattered his 3 sword qis with a single punch, he was even more surprised that Ling Xiao had condensed Gang Qi. However, he was not afraid. The difference in cultivation level was the source of his confidence. Go to hell. Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation was not a movement skill that was specially used for escaping. It was more suitable for fighting. The ninth move of Falling Star Fists, Falling Star. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun knew that he could not dodge, so he could only block with his sword. Humph, you're nothing to worry about. He did not intend to use his full strength because he planned to attack after blocking this punch and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Raging Wind Strike. Li Xingyun used the strongest move of Hurricane Sword, but he only used 70% of his strength. In an instant, the sword flashed and the piercing sound frightened the surrounding animals. The sword chi rushed out from the sword like a gust of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao. This sword could not be said to be weak. It could definitely kill a 4th-level demonic beast with one strike. One had to know that a low-level 4th-level demonic beast was equivalent to a low-level 4th-level martial vein martial artist. Li Xingyun was indeed a genius. His strength was much stronger than other martial artists of the same cultivation level. After thrusting his sword, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with excitement and viciousness. He could finally avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Dragon Submission Mountain range. However, after a while, his pupils constricted. There was a look of horror on his face. Ling Xiao's punch was much stronger than he had imagined. It was such a terrifying punch that even before the fist and the sword came into contact, the scorching hot Gang Qi had almost burned Li Xingyun to ashes. No! Li Xingyun regretted it. He regretted not using his full power. However, it was too late. The punch had shattered the so-called sword chi of the gale with a devastating force. Then, it shattered the longsword in Li Xingyun's hand. In the end, both fists landed on Li Xingyun's body. Buzz. There was a loud explosion. Li Xingyun's body did not fly out. Instead, it was penetrated by this punch. Then, it hung on Ling Xiao's arms like a lamb skewer. You. Li Xingyun looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Finally, his body stopped struggling and there was no sign of life left. Ling Xiao swung his arms, and Li Xingyun's body fell to the ground. He glanced at it coldly and then quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Needless to say, the other disciples of the Li family did not have many good things on them. Most of them were silver, which added up to about 1,000 taels. However, Li Xingyun was different. He gave Ling Xiao a huge surprise. This guy actually had a storage ring. Although it was only a mundane storage ring, it was already very precious. After all, it was rare for clans like the 4 great clans of Tianfeng City to possess such storage rings, and they would at most possess around 10 of them. Even though Li Xingyun had great potential, was talented, and was a disciple of the Li family, he probably did not have the right to own such a treasure. Could it be that someone lent it to him? Forget it. I'll just take it first. A mundane storage ring did not have a spiritual imprint, nor did it have any restrictions. Therefore, it could be used as soon as it was obtained. Ling Xiao was afraid that something would happen if he stayed for too long. He did not check what was inside. Instead, he quickly left the scene and went to the rundown temple. There were too many corpses. There was not enough time to bury them one by one. Moreover, even if they were buried, there were many wild beasts nearby. Many of them might be dug up and eaten. Therefore, unless it was a large family with a restricted cemetery, most people in this world would choose to cremate their dead. Ling Xiao cremated all his family members who begged for food with him. Rest in peace. I've already avenged you. I'll take good care of little Potato. I won't let him suffer any more grievances. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, Ling Xiao understood that the dead could not be brought back to life. He had more things to do now. Otherwise, his grandfather, Hong Qi, and little Potato might be the ones to die in the future. He did not wish for such a thing to happen again. This was the last time. After leaving the rundown temple, Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family. If anyone saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Li Xingyun, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein used only 2 moves to kill a genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. Although the genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein had underestimated his opponent, the result was still extremely shocking. Chapter 59. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the Ling family, There were already people from the Li family looking for them. According to the time, Li Xingyun and the others should have returned home, but in fact, they didn't, so they panicked. Li Xingyun's father cared about his son, but he was more concerned about the storage ring. It was borrowed for his son. If it was lost, it would be troublesome. There are pieces of flesh here. This is our Li family's identity card. There are traces of a battle here. Could it be that he was attacked by a beast? Go into the mountains and look. There was a person in this group called Li Xinghui. He was Li Xingyun's brother. Since his brother was in trouble, he naturally had to come out to look for him. However, when he followed the traces and found the bones of the Li family disciples, there were a few beasts gnawing on the bones. One of them was actually a demonic beast, and it was a peak level 4 demonic beast, saw-toothed tiger. Roar! The saw-toothed tiger roared at the crowd. Many of the weaker Li family disciples retreated, and some even fainted on the spot. This saw-toothed tiger was much stronger than the level 4 demonic beast Li Xingyun had encountered before. Die. Li Xinghui was in a bad mood. Very bad. His genius brother was eaten by such a demonic beast. He stabbed out with his sword. It was the same Gale sword, but its power was several times stronger than Li Xingyun's. The saw-toothed tiger didn't even have time to wail before its huge head fell to the ground. Young Master Xinghui is really powerful. In our Li family's younger generation, only he has reached the 5th level of the martial vein. Yes, young Master Xingyun could have done it too. I didn't expect him to die so tragically. What are you talking about? Hurry up and find these guys. Let's see if there are any storage rings. Yes. Under Li Xinghui's order, everyone attacked the beasts. Without the peak level 4 demonic beast, the group of beasts was no match for the warriors. They were all killed in an instant and dissected one by one. Not this one. Not this one either. Not here. Including the saw-toothed tiger, all the demonic beasts' bodies were searched, but there was no trace of a storage ring. Could it be that my brother was not killed by a demonic beast, but by someone else? Li Xinghui's eyes were cold. If I find out who did it, I will not leave your corpse intact. At the same time, somewhere in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, a brawny man with a black scarf on his head stared at the dozen Ling family disciples in front of him like a wild beast. These people were all disciples of the Genius Hall. All of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, and all of them had condensed earth chi in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. However, in front of this black-scarfed brawny man, he was as helpless as a chicken in front of an eagle. This is bad. I didn't expect to meet a black scarf thief at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. I'm dead for sure. That's right. It's as if the other party is toying with us. We can't beat them, and we can't escape either. Several of our brothers have already died. The eyes of the geniuses of the Ling family turned red. Some were filled with grief and indignation while others were filled with despair. Only at this moment did they understand. So what if he was a genius? If he couldn't grow, then it would be meaningless. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that my luck would be so good today, to actually meet so many Ling family disciples. If I were to kill all of you, that old bastard Ling Xiaotian would definitely be heartbroken. The brawny man laughed heartily, not putting these people in his eyes at all. I'm afraid the one who will die today will be you. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and a figure shot out from the forest. Senior brother Ling Yun. The disciples of the Genius Hall all recognized Ling Yun, who was ranked 2nd. At this moment, Ling Yun was dressed in a black robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A long sword was on his back, and there was a murderous wind. Many people knew that he practiced the killing sword, so if the murderous aura on his body exploded, it would be really terrifying. Senior brother, don't worry about us. Hurry up and run. This guy is a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. You are not his opponent. The disciples of the Genius Hall all knew that Ling Yun was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. If the opponent was a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein, he might have the strength to fight. However, the difference between the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein and the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was still a little too big. Even if it was Ling Yun, he would be courting death. You guys go. Ling Yun just said lightly, and the aura of his body suddenly increased. What? Fifth level of the martial vein. When did senior brother Ling Yun break through? Oh my god. It seems that senior brother Fifin will really have to give up his first position this time. That's not necessarily true. Senior brother Fifin might have been at the fifth level of the martial vein long ago. No matter what, there will be a good show in the finals this time. We are saved. Ling Yun's strength immediately gave the Ling family disciples a lot of confidence. Fifth level of the martial vein? Not bad, not bad. The burly man in the black scarf was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "You are still not my opponent." Not to mention that the burly man in the black scarf was a martial artist at the peak of the fifth level of the martial vein. Even if he was only at the fifth level of the martial vein, he was not afraid of Ling Yun. Because he practiced thwart kung fu, a defensive martial art, his defense was amazing. At this level, he had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with a martial artist at the sixth level of the martial vein. Cut the crap, kill. Ling Yun did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. His sword was very fast, and in the moment he attacked, he was already in front of the burly man in the black scarf. The sword pierced the burly man in the black scarf. Clang! A strange sound of metal clashing sounded, and the burly man's body was actually burned, without the slightest wound. Ha ha ha, I told you, kid. You are not my opponent. The burly black scarf bandit laughed heartily. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm towards Ling Yun's head. Iron Eagle Claw. This claw was like a steel-cast claw, wrapped in earth energy, and had a cold light. The terrifying claw was like a fierce bird hunting its prey. Naturally, this was a high-level martial art, and it was a high-level martial art that was combined with thwart kung fu. Its power was very fierce. Die! Ling Yun just looked at the burly man in the black scarf. Suddenly, a terrifying will broke out of his body and condensed on the black sword in his hand. This aura was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had entered hell. It was the aura of death. It was the aura of doomsday. The burly man in the black scarf's eyes suddenly became dull. Sword intent. Sword intent could not only strengthen the attack, but it could also affect the opponent's mental state. Obviously, the burly man in the black scarf was stunned by Ling Yun's sword intent. Then, the sword silently pierced through the throat of the black scarf bandit, cutting off his neck like a ghost. It's here, Ling Yun's killing swordsmanship is really terrifying. It makes people tremble with fear every time. What are you afraid of? The one who should be afraid is Ling Xiao. He is finished this time. Yeah, Ling Xiao injured Ling Feng. Ling Yun is Ling Feng's brother. How can he not take revenge? Ling Xiao? Ling Yun shook the blood off his sword and sneered. He is not worthy of me using sword intent. Yes, senior brother Ling Yun has broken through to the fifth level of the martial vein. He will definitely compete with senior brother Fifin. With sword intent, even if senior brother Fifin is also at the fifth level of the martial vein, he will not be senior brother Ling Yun's opponent. The finals are in 6 days. I am really looking forward to it. Let's go back. The mission this time is too dangerous. Chapter 60. Fifth level of the martial vein? Combined with the sword will, he was able to easily kill the black scarf bandit at the peak of the fifth level? Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock. The news of him killing the black scarf bandit at the peak of the fifth level of the martial vein quickly spread throughout the Ling family. It was impossible for him not to know. Looks like I have to work harder. The top 4 are all at the peak of the fourth level of the martial vein. Any one of them can break through. Once they break through, it will be difficult for me to win with my current strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He temporarily forgot the pain of his loved ones being killed and turned this pain into strength. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Under the shocking pressure, Ling Xiao's cultivation became even crazier. Naturally, the crazy cultivation also made great gains. Demon Ox Art, 100 Steps Fiend Sword had also advanced from the Great Perfection Realm to the Transcendent Realm. The 100 Steps Fiend Sword had undergone a very interesting change. Not only was its power more terrifying, but its speed was also faster. It could even control the sword with chi, causing subtle changes in the flying sword's trajectory. No matter how fast a straight line was, as long as the opponent's judgment was accurate and made preparations in advance, it was enough. However, once there was a change, the opponent would be caught off guard. Naturally, in the process of cultivation, his cultivation was also slowly increasing, and his earth chi was constantly increasing. It could be said without humility that if he had participated in the previous elimination round, except for Ling Yihong, no one else would have been his match. Even if it was Ling Yihong, he could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves. Of course, this was under the condition that no one else had increased their strength. His current strength was much stronger than before. The previous 3 Ling Zhaos combined were not as strong as one now. However, he was not satisfied. What he lacked the most now was an internal force cultivation method and defensive martial arts. The Crimson Sun art could not keep up with the pace of his improvement. Although it could give him some special attack effects, it was really not enough. His martial vein was at least twice as wide as others, so naturally, it was twice as difficult to improve his strength. Coupled with the fact that his martial spirit needed to be nurtured, the consumption of earth chi was terrifying. A mere high-grade inner force mantra was not enough. It had to be a top-grade inner force mantra to match his aptitude. As for defensive martial arts, needless to say, no one would complain about having a strong defense. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao walked out of the training room. Suddenly, he saw his grandfather, Hong Qi, standing outside. "Grandpa, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, little potato will live with us in the future. He is very happy. Don't worry, I will take good care of him," Hong Qi said with a smile. "Yes, little potato is even more pitiful than me." He witnessed the tragic death of his family with his own eyes. Although Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun, the hatred in his heart could not be completely resolved. He felt that this was not a bad thing. Only when a person had hatred would they have the motivation to move forward. "There's one more thing. Take this. Little Potato asked me to give it to you. He said that they found it on the road by accident." Hong Qi lied. He gave the book that he always carried with him to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was also a white lie. There were some things that he did not want Ling Xiao to know. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that although the book was tattered, the words on it had not been destroyed. Even the name of the book was very clear. He had heard of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. It was created by a peerless general in northern Han and was a top-grade defensive martial art. It was said that after the 9th transformation, the body's skin would be like gold and its defense would be astonishing. Not only that, but every transformation of this defensive martial art could increase one's inner strength, regardless of whether it was true chi, or anything else. As long as it was inner strength, it could be greatly increased. If combined with an inner force mantra, the speed of increase would be even more terrifying. This defensive martial art was famous throughout the entire northern Han. However, it seemed that no one in the Ling family practiced it. It was unknown whether or not there was even a single person. This was a martial art of the imperial family. "Do you have a use for this?" Hong Qi asked with a smile. "Of course I have a use for it. It is simply a timely help." Ling Xiao excitedly said, "Grandfather, thank you. I will go cultivate first. You should rest well. If you have nothing to do, you can find a few elders to chat with. Now that my status is high, your status will naturally be high as well. You don't have to worry about this. The old mister from the medicine hall often comes to chat with me. I am not lonely," Hong Qi said with a smile. "That's good. What I am most afraid of is neglecting grandfather because of my cultivation." Ling Xiao grinned and hastily returned to the training room. Defensive martial arts generally did not require much comprehension. This was because these kinds of martial arts relied on perseverance and hard work. Of course, there were some special defensive martial arts that required the assistance of certain items in order to increase the cultivation speed. For example, the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. The most troublesome aspect of cultivating it was the consumption of gold. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun and found more than 100 taels of gold in Li Xingyun's storage ring, as well as a golden inner armor. These items were enough for Ling Xiao to cultivate for a while. If he finished using them, He planned to use the silver to exchange for gold, or simply go to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to hunt wild beasts to exchange for gold. The 9 transformations golden body technique was not very difficult to comprehend. However, this was only relative to top-notch internal cultivation techniques, top-notch martial arts, and top-notch secret techniques. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend and cultivate it, it would be difficult without a few days, or even more than 10 days. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. The analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit was simply too terrifying. As it analyzed, there were images that demonstrated the entire cultivation process for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely the most accurate. If Ling Xiao still could not comprehend it in a short period of time, then he would be too stupid. Body tempering martial arts were generally easy to understand and were not difficult to comprehend. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had completely comprehended the 9 transformations golden body technique. Once he comprehended it, the following cultivation would be much easier. Just like its name, the 9 transformations golden body technique had a total of 9 transformations. The first 5 transformations were mainly about the accumulation of quantity. This included the strengthening of the skin and flesh and the increase of inner strength. The first transformation strengthened the skin and increased inner strength. The second transformation strengthened the muscles and bones and increased inner strength. The third transformation strengthened the blood and qi and increased inner strength. The fourth transformation strengthened the internal organs and increased inner strength. The fifth transformation strengthened the entire body. The skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and blood were as hard as iron and invulnerable. The increase of inner strength would also reach a different level. It was estimated that if he cultivated to the 5th transformation, Ling Xiao would at least be able to advance from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the middle 4th level of the martial vein. This was also under the condition that he did not have to deliberately cultivate the internal cultivation technique. Compared to other defensive martial arts, the 9 transformations golden body technique had obvious benefits. It strengthened the body in all aspects. It was unlike some thwart martial arts that required the condensation of inner strength to achieve a defensive effect. After the 5th transformation, it was considered a small success. Chapter 61. In fact, the increase in defense was nothing new. After all, it was a defensive martial art. What made Ling Xiao excited was the increase in strength. For a martial artist, strength was a great help. When 2 martial artists were at the same level and had similar levels of gang qi, strength could play a decisive role. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, considering that others would not stop improving, he naturally would not be complacent. The stronger the improvement, the more satisfied he would be. The 7th transformation allowed one to cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. Martial artists of the same level would not be harmed at all. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of martial artists of 1 level higher by half and reduce the damage of martial artists of 2 levels higher by 30%. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body technique. As long as one had gold and was not fatally injured, even a broken limb could be healed and reborn. Seeing the 9th transformation, Ling Xiao's heart trembled. This was too shocking. Although it consumed gold, which was more precious than silver, it could actually regenerate broken limbs. At this level, as long as one was not dead, there was a chance of survival. Just what kind of terrifying realm was this? As expected of a top-notch martial art, he had reason to believe that as long as he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, as long as his neck was not cut off or he was killed in one move, he would be almost invincible. Where in the world did they find such a good defensive martial art? Ling Xiao could not help but feel sad when he thought of the voices and smiles of his family. He was still too weak. If he was strong enough, who would dare to understand his family? He had to continue to become stronger, so strong that no one would dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, he took out a piece of gold from Li Xingyun's storage ring and held it in his hand. As he cultivated, the gold turned into golden powder and slowly seeped into his arm and then spread throughout his body. Although it did not feel very comfortable at first. However, it was fine once he got used to it. The first cycle was relatively easy to cultivate. He only used 2 hours and used up all the 10 tails of gold he had. After the first revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao observed his body. His skin membrane was obviously much tougher than before, as if it was made of steel. He was a little excited, so he continued to cultivate. The second phase was indeed much more difficult to cultivate than the first phase. It took him 6 hours and 100 taels of gold before he finally succeeded. This time, he strengthened his muscles and bones, and he could clearly feel it. However, this consumption rate of 10 times was truly something that Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little miserable. Li Xingyun had used up all the gold in his storage ring before he managed to break through. All that's left is the golden inner armor. The quality of this golden inner armor is very good. It's worth about 1,000 taels of gold. In addition to the other gold items in this house, breaking through to the third revolution shouldn't be a problem. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao left the training room and proceeded to ransack the house. The gold items in this house were left behind by second Master Ling. There were only about 100 taels of gold in total. However, with the golden inner armor, it should be enough. After returning to the training room, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate. This time, the cultivation time was even longer. It took him a total of 12 hours to break through to the third revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique. At this moment, Ling Xiao was full of vigor and energy. Even if he did not sleep for 10 days, there would be no problem. He did not expect this defensive martial art to have such benefits. However, when he wanted to continue cultivating, he was in trouble. This was because he did not have any gold left. No wonder no one cultivated this defensive martial art. This was simply a nouveau riche defensive martial art. Eat gold. Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time. Then, he decided to make a trip to Tianfeng City and exchanged all the silver he had, as well as the medicinal herbs and young demonic beasts he obtained from the mountain river diagram, into gold. After calculating, it was exactly 20,000 taels of gold. Damn, now I'm a pauper again. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Originally, he had a lot of silver. Now, he was only left with 20,000 taels of gold. These were definitely going to be used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. His plan was to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 5th revolution, which was the initial success, before the finals. This meant that he would need more than 100,000 taels of gold. However, he did not think too much about it for now. 20,000 taels of gold was enough to cultivate this defensive martial art from the 3rd revolution to the 4th revolution. In order to improve his Gang Qi at the same time and speed up the cultivation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao took the Gang Qi pill he had. In the training room, there was a pile of 10,000 taels of gold. If anyone saw Ling Xiao cultivating like this, they would definitely be stunned. In the previous cultivation, the gold powder would slowly enter the body through the hands. But this time, it was different. The gold around his body had all turned into gold powder. It seeped into Ling Xiao's body through his pores and merged with his earth energy. Then, it continued to strengthen his body. Unexpectedly, in this cultivation, the mountain and river martial spirit finally had some strange changes. A wave of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit seeped into the gold powder and earth energy. From the 4th revolution onwards, Ling Xiao's 9 transformation golden body technique was obviously different from others. His defensive martial art was not only more powerful, but it also strengthened his martial spirit. The strangest thing was that when the mountain and river martial spirit's energy was mixed in, not only did it not slow down the cultivation speed, it actually made the cultivation speed faster. The efficacy of the earth energy pill and gold powder was completely absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel that the mountain and river martial spirit, which was once a little unfamiliar, seemed to be connected to his blood. Ling Xiao did not know about other things, but he was sure that his cultivation speed and the efficiency of absorbing the medicinal efficacy were much stronger than ordinary people. This was the special part of the mountain and river martial spirit. If an ordinary person was able to absorb 50% of the medicinal efficacy of a medicinal pill, it would already be very good. However, he was able to absorb almost all of it without wasting a single bit. Just this point alone, he obviously had a big advantage. In other words, the same pill used on him was basically twice as effective as other people's. Although the effect was good, the consumption was also terrifying. Seeing the mountain of gold in the training room quickly diminish, he also felt his heart ache. How could he not feel pained? These were all his family assets. Fortunately, the gold was not wasted. With the absorption of the gold powder, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the earth energy in his body was rapidly increasing. Of course, the fastest increase was still his strength and the toughness of his body. Especially his soft internal organs, they were actually constantly strengthening. Some of the hidden injuries caused by Ling Chong in the past were actually healed this time. Chapter 62. No, before the finals, I have to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique to the small success of the 5th transformation. Only then can my body's defense improve greatly and become invulnerable. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the 4th transformation of the defensive martial art. However, he had encountered a bigger problem. From the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation, he needed at least 100,000 taels of gold. Now, he only had about 10,000 taels of gold left. Even if he used them all up, he could only slightly improve the 9 transformation golden body technique on the basis of the 4th transformation. It was impossible to break through to the 5th transformation. However, it was better than nothing. Ling Xiao planned to use up the remaining 10,000 taels of gold. After that, he would think of a way to hunt demonic beasts to exchange for gold. The stronger he was, the higher the success rate of hunting demonic beasts. During this cultivation process, he used the only 2 Gang Qi pills in Li Xingyun's storage ring. After a night, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body began to faintly produce a golden Gang Qi. This Gang Qi was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. After the 2 Gang Qi pills were completely absorbed, the 10,000 taels of gold were completely used up. Although there was still a long way to go to the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, his Gang Qi had improved a lot and was close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. In the absence of a top-level internal cultivation method, he was able to raise his cultivation from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein in such a short time. It had to be said that besides the Gang Qi pills, the biggest contributor was the 9 transformation golden body technique. There were still 4 days before the finals of the annual tournament. Not enough. Far from enough. The peak of the 4th level of the martial vein should be able to defeat an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Yun is not ordinary. He has sword intent and is a genius. He must have a top-level martial art. If he met Ling Yun now and used his martial arts will, his chances of winning were about 50%. However, did Ling Yun have any other trump cards? Did he continue to improve during this period? These were all question marks. Therefore, the chances of winning were still too low. Moreover, there was still Ling Fifan. He absolutely did not believe that Ling Fifan, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, would lose to Ling Yun in strength. Maybe Ling Fifan was even more terrifying than Ling Yun. Ling Zhao's goal was to secure the top 3, but if he could get first place, he would definitely not be willing to get second place. The attention and preferential treatment that the first place would receive would be unimaginable. It would definitely be better than the current situation. He had to continue increasing his strength. Whether it was a breakthrough in his cultivation or the realm of the 9 transformation golden body technique, he needed money and pills. It was time to go to the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Now, killing a Class 4 demonic beast, or even a peak Class 4 demonic beast, should be a relatively simple matter. Moreover, combat experience could also be honed in the process of hunting demonic beasts. That was a battle of life and death, not some self-entertainment in the training room. The combat experience gained from training was very necessary for the improvement of one's combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he left the training room and instructed his grandfather, Hong Chi, and Little Potato. Then, he prepared some dry food and put it directly into the mountain river diagram. As for Li Xingyun's storage ring, he hid it at home. That item was too eye-catching, and he had no use for it at the moment. If he could avoid it, it was best not to take it. When he left the Ling family and headed towards the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao did not notice that a pair of vicious eyes were staring at him from the dark. Just as Ling Xiao left the Ling family, the owner of the pair of eyes left the Ling family at the same time. About 1 mile away from the Ling family, this person met up with 3 other people. This is the deposit, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. 3 Gangqi pills. After this is done, I will give you the remaining 40,000 taels of gold. This person took out a storage ring and passed the gold to the 3 people opposite him. The 3 of them wore black scarves on their heads, and it was obvious that they were the Black Scarf Bandits who were very active in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Ha ha ha, don't worry, since we have taken his money, we will solve his problem. Moreover, that kid killed our people before. This time we are just taking revenge. After that, one of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits kept the gold and Gangqi pills in his storage ring, turned around, and chased after Ling Xiao. After entering the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao displayed the Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon transformation without holding back. His body seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon, flying in circles in the forest, and could actually stop in midair. This was no longer the realm of Qinggong, but flying. At present, Ling Xiao's Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon transformation had already been cultivated to the realm of great perfection. Any further would mean that he had stepped into the realm of transformation. If he wanted to advance to the next level, he would have to evolve again. However, just relying on high-level movement techniques was no longer enough to evolve the Soaring Cloud Steps. Only top-level movement techniques were qualified to evolve it. Therefore, for now, he could only develop it in the direction of the stage of great perfection. When he was at home, he could not use it, but in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he did not have so many scruples. Traveling in itself was a way to continuously train and improve one's movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh. In the forest, Ling Xiao's speed was not inferior to those birds at all. The only thing he could not compare to was the height. Currently, he could only fly to a height of 20 to 30 meters. And even if he flew, he could only stay in the air for about 15 minutes. After that, he would have to find a place to borrow strength. But even so, the feeling of flying freely was still very exciting. His current strength was only at the 4th level of the martial vein, and the Soaring Cloud Steps was already so powerful. If his strength advanced to the 9th level of the martial vein, if he reached the 9th level of the martial vein, or if the Soaring Cloud Steps evolved further, he might really be able to ride the clouds and soar freely in the sky. Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. Ever since he obtained the Mountain River Martial Soul, his confidence grew day by day. In the past, although he was not willing to give up, when he could not see hope, it was really painful. But now, it was different. The future was bright. What he needed to do was to work hard. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at his destination, which was the edge of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. It was slightly deeper than the previous time. After all, his strength had increased this time. If he wanted to hunt a peak Class 4 demonic beast, it would be too far away. It was not easy to encounter one. In the distance, the roars and howls of wild beasts could be heard from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range from time to time, making one's scalp tingle. In Tianfeng City, no one knew what was beyond the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. They only knew that the deeper one went, the higher the level of the demonic beasts and the more terrifying they were. In the core of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, there was even a divine dragon resting there. Although Ling Xiao wanted to go in and take a look, he knew his own limits. With his current strength, entering the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was purely courting death. However, it was not a problem to walk slightly deeper in from the edge of the area. He had no interest in the passing wild beasts. His target was only the demonic beasts. He had already taken out the clear wind sword from the mountain river diagram and carried it on his back, making it convenient for him to use at any time. Previously in the competition, he did not take out the clear wind sword mainly because this plaything was a fine treasure sword. It was very easy to make people jealous. Luckily, even when he defeated Ling Yihong, he did not use the 100 steps flying sword technique. Therefore, this secret was naturally kept. There was no need to keep it a secret in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. This place was deep in the mountains, and there was not a single person. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.